Every person you pass during the day carries a whole universe inside them once the lights go out. The quiet hours reveal things sunlight cannot touch, the doubts you hide, the hopes you don't say out loud, the mistakes you replay even when you wish you wouldn't. The pressure you keep pretending isn't heavy, and none of it makes you broken. It makes you human. We grow up learning how to work, how to achieve, how to appear strong. But no one teaches us how to rest the mind. No one teaches us how to release the thoughts that keep circling in the dark, or how to let the heart loosen its grip on what it was never meant to hold forever. So when the world finally gets quiet, most people don't know how to be quiet with themselves. They lie awake battling storms that were never meant to be fought alone. But there is another way, a calmer, wiser way the Stoics understood long before our world learned how to be loud. They believed that night is not a place to escape life, but a place to understand it. That real strength begins when you stop wrestling with your mind and start observing it. That peace grows when you stop reacting and start noticing, and that even while you sleep, the mind can be guided toward clarity, courage, and calm. Tonight, that is what these 4 hours are for. 4 hours to untangle the thoughts that exhaust you. 4 hours to soften the tension your heart has been holding. 4 hours to let ancient wisdom settle into the spaces where worry once lived. A reset, a recalibration, a quiet rebuilding of the inner world that shapes the outer one. This is 4 hours of Stoic night lessons to elevate your life in your sleep. A journey into stillness, into strength, and into the version of you that's been waiting beneath the noise. Take a breath and let the night begin its work. When the introduction settles and the night grows a little quieter, something begins to rise in the space it leaves behind. A feeling you don't always admit. That slight tightening in the chest, that tension behind the thoughts, that quiet sense that once your head touches the pillow, your mind might not follow. Most people hope sleep will silence the things they avoid. But you're here because you want to meet them instead. You want to understand what happens in the dark, not run from it. And that desire, soft, steady, almost hidden, is the beginning of strength. This is where premeditatio noctis enters, not as a ritual of fear, but as a way to walk into the night with your eyes open, to stop being surprised by your own mind, to stop being ambushed by thoughts that feel bigger at midnight than they did at noon. To prepare yourself not by tensing up, but by loosening the grip. Premeditatio noctis is the Stoic practice of mentally preparing for the inner landscape that comes alive when the world finally stops demanding things from you. During the day, distractions act like shields. Noise keeps your worries at bay. Responsibilities drown out inner whispers. But at night, all of that dissolves. The mind steps forward. And if you've never trained it, it will run wherever it wants. This practice teaches you to meet that moment long before it arrives, so nothing inside you feels foreign or overwhelming. It begins with acknowledging a simple truth. The nighttime mind is honest, brutally honest. It reveals everything you buried in the rush of the day. Instead of fearing that honesty, you approach it with readiness, not with armor, but with awareness. Start by asking yourself what usually rises after the world sleeps. Not to judge the answers, but to recognize patterns that have been shaping your nights for years. Some people meet restlessness, others meet worry, regret, or an avalanche of unfinished thoughts. Some feel a hollow ache that has no words. This practice lets you meet each of these before your head even hits the pillow, reducing their power when they appear. You disarm them through familiarity. The next step is creating a mental space that can hold whatever shows up. You're not predicting exact situations. You're preparing your attitude. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes calmer when it stops demanding certainty. Instead of trying to control the night, you prepare to navigate it. If your mind wanders, you guide it gently. If memories surface, you observe without reliving them. If fear appears, you acknowledge it without letting it decide anything. This quiet, steady readiness is what separates chaos from clarity. Another part of this practice is reminding yourself that nighttime thoughts are magnified because nothing competes with them. They echo more loudly, not because they are truer, but because the room around them is silent. Knowing this softens their impact. A thought that feels heavy at midnight would feel lighter at noon. When you realize that the night amplifies everything, you stop giving every feeling the authority of truth. You simply let each one pass through without attaching your entire identity to it. Premeditatio noctis also teaches you to lay down the expectations you unknowingly carry into the night. Many people go to bed demanding comfort, demanding instant sleep, demanding a quiet mind. Those demands turn into frustration the moment reality doesn't match. Instead, you release the need for the night to behave a certain way. When you stop forcing rest, the mind stops resisting it. A calm attitude becomes the doorway to calm sleep. The Stoics also used this practice to gently prepare for unexpected discomfort, because life doesn't pause at sundown. Maybe you'll wake up at 3 a.m. with a racing mind. Maybe a worry will surface that you didn't see coming. Maybe a feeling you thought you outgrew will return. Rather than fearing these moments, you train yourself to respond with softness instead of panic. You remind yourself that you can handle interruptions, uncertainties, old emotions, or sudden clarity. Nothing inside your mind is bigger than your ability to face it. Another powerful part of this practice is releasing the need for perfection. Nights won't always be peaceful. Minds won't always be still. Some evenings will feel heavier than others. Instead of criticizing yourself, you adopt the Stoic approach of steady acceptance. The goal is not a flawless night. The goal is a prepared mind, one that remains grounded even when storms arise. When you stop fighting your mind, you free the energy that was lost to resistance. Premeditatio noctis ends with a quiet acknowledgement that you are not entering the night helpless. You are entering it aware, with a mind that is ready to greet whatever appears instead of running from it. With a heart that knows it has survived every night before this one. With a sense of calm that grows not from control, but from trust in your own capacity. As the night deepens, there is a shift inside you, a gentle one. You begin to understand that preparation is not about bracing, it's about softening. It's about meeting the dark with clarity instead of fear. It's about remembering that the mind is not the enemy, it's a companion learning how to rest. And with this practice rooted inside you, the next phase of the night opens. The mind settles, the heart loosens. A new lesson begins to rise, and when the mind settles after practicing premeditatio noctis, something subtle begins to unfold in the space between waking and sleep. It's a place most people rush through without noticing, a doorway the world never taught us to pause at. But once you become aware of it, once you stop racing towards sleep and start witnessing the quiet shift inside you, the night opens a new kind of depth. A softness spreads across your thoughts. The edges of the day loosen. The mind isn't fully awake, yet not fully gone. It's in this delicate in-between that the Stoics found one of their most powerful tools. This threshold is the hypnagogic state, the gentle descent where thoughts drift freely, unfiltered, untensed, and strangely honest. A moment where the mind stops pretending and begins revealing, where the noise of daytime identity falls away, leaving behind something raw and unguarded. And the Stoics understood that hidden in this state is an opportunity most people never use. The chance to shape the inner world before sleep carries it deeper. The hypnagogic state is not mystical. It's simply a natural shift where the mind becomes more receptive. Barriers collapse, judgment quiets, the inner voice grows clearer, sometimes too clear. But instead of being swept away by random thoughts, the Stoics used this moment deliberately. They approached it as a training ground where the mind can rehearse the character it wants to strengthen. The reason this works is simple. The brain softens its grip during this transition. The thoughts drifting through are not yet dreams, but not fully conscious either. In this space, the mind can be guided gently without resistance. It accepts direction in a way it rarely does during the day. There is no pressure to perform, no need to defend anything, no audience to satisfy. What remains is openness, and openness is fertile ground for inner growth. The Stoics used this state to practice moral rehearsal, not as a way to pretend perfection, but as a way to shape their responses before life tested them. In the daytime, a lesson can feel sharp, intellectual, theoretical. But in the hypnagogic state, a lesson becomes emotional. It settles deeper. The mind begins to merge intention with feeling, and that combination is what builds true character. This rehearsal is not about imagining heroic scenes or idealized moments. It's about quietly revisiting how you want to show up in the world. You let the mind drift to the kind of person you aim to be, not in grand gestures, but in small behaviors that define a life. You reflect on how you want to treat others, how you want to respond to frustration, how you wish to speak, act, choose, and move through difficult moments. As the mind drifts, you reinforce the attitudes you want to carry into the next day. This is not forced. It's not a performance. It's more like setting a gentle direction while the mind floats freely. When you do this consistently, you begin to notice that instinctive reactions during the day become different. You pause before anger. You soften when you would usually tighten. You speak with more intention. You carry yourself with steadiness rather than impulse. These changes feel natural because you rehearsed them during the hours when resistance was lowest. Another part of this practice is addressing the moral tensions you avoided during the day. The things you said that didn't sit right, the choices you rushed, the words you wish you had used. Instead of criticizing yourself, you replay these moments with a calmer inner tone. You explore how you could handle them better next time, not with guilt, but with understanding. The hypnagogic state lets you correct yourself gently without the harshness that daytime judgment often brings. The Stoics also used this time to strengthen virtues: courage, patience, honesty, discipline, kindness. Virtues grow through rehearsal, not pressure. When you engage with them in this softened state, they take root more deeply. A person who rehearses patience at night reacts differently when the world tests them the next day. A person who rehearses courage feels less overwhelmed by challenges. A person who rehearses calmness carries a different presence into their interactions. You are not pretending to be virtuous. You are training your mind to recognize what virtue feels like. Another powerful aspect of hypnagogic practice is that it reduces emotional tension. When the mind drifts openly, you can meet stored emotions without bracing against them. Thoughts surface with less intensity, making them easier to understand and release. This creates mental clarity before sleep and allows the subconscious to process without agitation. A calmer mind entering rest produces steadier emotions in the morning. This state also helps you refine your internal dialogue. The tone you use with yourself becomes softer, kinder, more balanced. You rehearse speaking to yourself the way a wise mentor would, not through criticism, but through guidance. Over time, this becomes your default voice, replacing the harshness that once fueled stress and self-doubt. As the body sinks deeper toward sleep, this rehearsal naturally dissolves. You don't force an ending. You let the mind drift forward at its own pace, carrying with it the seeds you planted. And those seeds shape the emotional landscape you'll wake up with. This transition between worlds becomes a quiet teacher, a space where character is strengthened, regrets are softened, and intentions are renewed without pressure or judgment. The mind enters sleep not with chaos, but with direction. And when the next day arrives, you step into it with a quiet sense of alignment, because you shaped your inner world in the moments before it fully surrendered to rest. Now the night deepens further, and with it comes the next lesson, waiting in the silent places beyond thought, ready to rise when the mind continues its journey inward. When the hypnagogic state finally releases you into deeper stillness, something else begins to stir beneath the surface, a quieter presence, a shadow softened by awareness. The night grows thicker, not threatening, but honest in a way daylight never dares to be. And in that deepening quiet, many people feel a familiar tension, the unease that rises when sight fades and the world becomes outlines and echoes. Fear of darkness is one of the oldest human instincts, yet most people never learn what the Stoics discovered, that darkness is not an enemy, but a mirror, a teacher, a space where the unseen parts of you finally step forward. The shift begins when you stop treating darkness as a threat and start meeting it as a place to understand yourself more clearly. Daylight hides a lot: your distractions, your routines, your public strength. But the night removes all of that. It strips away certainty, and anything without certainty feels intimidating. The Stoics believed this fear was a doorway, not a wall. What scares you often reveals what you have not yet learned to accept within yourself. Fear of darkness rarely comes from the dark itself. It rises from the mind's habit of filling the unknown with the worst possibilities. When the visual world disappears, the brain begins projecting. Old worries surface. Past memories echo. The future takes shape in distorted ways. But none of this is created by the darkness. It's created by the thoughts the darkness exposes. Once you understand that, you stop running from it. The first step in transforming this fear is recognizing that the unseen is simply unfamiliar, not dangerous. The mind reacts to what it cannot predict, not to actual harm. When you walk into a dark room, your heart quickens, not because something is there, but because your brain cannot map the space. The Stoics trained themselves to pause here, in this moment of uncertainty, and breathe into it instead of fighting it. By doing so, you teach the nervous system that not knowing is safe, that unfamiliarity is not a threat, that your inner world can stay calm even when the outer world becomes unclear. This practice becomes even more meaningful when you understand that darkness reveals what your daylight persona hides. Many people fear the night because their inner voice becomes louder, when the world goes quiet. But this voice is not trying to scare you, it's trying to be heard. It points toward unresolved emotion, unprocessed thought, duties you avoid, desires you silence, truths you postpone. Meeting the unseen is about listening to these quiet truths without trying to escape them. The Stoics approached darkness as a chance to practice courage, not the dramatic kind, but the internal kind. Courage of awareness, courage of stillness, courage of facing the mind without flinching. You let yourself feel the quiet unease without resisting it. You observe the mental stories that arise without feeding them. This softens fear naturally, because fear cannot survive in a mind that refuses to be tricked by its own projections. Another part of this practice is learning to stand comfortably in ambiguity. Most of life is uncertain, yet people cling to the illusion of control. Darkness strips that illusion away. The Stoics use this as training. If you can remain steady in literal darkness, you can remain steady in the figurative darkness. Unexpected news, sudden change, emotional turmoil, shifting relationships, loss. By embracing the unseen at night, you strengthen the part of you that stays calm when the world throws uncertainty your way. This practice also helps dissolve the need for constant clarity. Modern minds crave explanations, definitions, labels, proof that everything is under control. But the unseen teaches you that clarity often arrives only after stillness, not before. When you relax your grip on needing answers, your mind becomes more flexible, your thoughts soften, your body unwinds, and in that softness, solutions arise naturally rather than through force. Embracing the unseen also strengthens trust in your own intuition. When visual certainty disappears, the inner senses sharpen. You notice subtle emotional shifts. You hear your thoughts more clearly. You feel truths you once ignored. The Stoics believed intuition was not mystical. It was simply the mind unburdened by distraction. Darkness becomes a place where intuition speaks without competition. Another powerful part of this lesson is understanding that the unseen exists not to intimidate you, but to expand you. You grow every time you sit with something you do not immediately understand. You become mentally stronger each time you stay present instead of withdrawing. Fear fades when the mind stops turning shadows into monsters. Over time, this transforms your relationship with the unknown. You begin to see darkness as a space of possibility instead of danger, a place where new thoughts are born, not where old fears return, a silent field where strength grows quietly, slowly, consistently. And something remarkable happens. The fear you've carried for years begins to lose its sharpness. It becomes softer, almost familiar. The darkness you once resisted becomes a companion, not a threat. You stop needing light to feel safe. You stop needing certainty to feel grounded. You develop the ability to stand firmly even when nothing is clear. As this inner shift settles, the night opens yet another layer, a deeper teaching waiting beneath the fear, waiting for the mind that has finally learned to stop running from itself. When the fear of darkness softens and you stop treating the unseen as a threat, the night begins to reveal its real purpose. A quiet bravery grows inside you, not loud, not dramatic, but steady. The kind that lets you look inward without pulling away. And once that steadiness takes hold, the mind reaches a point where it is ready for something deeper. Truth, not the polished version you show others, not the rushed version you tell yourself during the day. The real kind, the kind that only rises when the world finally stops pulling at you. This is where Marcus Aurelius's 3 filters of truth step in, not as judgment, not as guilt, but as clarity, gentle, grounding clarity that reconstructs the day in a way the mind can finally rest with. Most people fall asleep with tangled thoughts. They replay moments, question choices, argue with memories, or cling to emotions that refuse to loosen. But Marcus knew that the mind sleeps better when it understands itself. So each night, he passed his day through 3 quiet filters. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it within my control? He didn't use these filters to criticize his day. He used them to simplify it, to release what never should have followed him into the night. The first filter, is it true, brings the mind back from distortion. So much of the day gets colored by emotion. A conversation becomes heavier than it was. A small mistake becomes a personal flaw. A brief silence becomes a rejection. Nighttime is when the mind exaggerates the most, because nothing competes with the stories it tells. This filter helps you soften that distortion. You revisit moments, not to relive them, but to clarify them. You separate what actually happened from what your mind layered on top. You remind yourself that not every thought is a fact, and not every emotion is a message. This simple act dissolves a great deal of unnecessary weight. The second filter, is it necessary, clears the mental clutter. During the day, your mind collects things you never meant to carry. Stray comments, random worries, tasks left unfinished, assumptions you didn't question. Without realizing it, you end up dragging small fragments of the day into the night like emotional debris. This filter teaches you to release what doesn't matter, to let go of the conversation that wasn't worth analyzing, to drop the irritation that didn't deserve your energy, to put down the tiny stresses that don't belong in the quiet hours. You learn to keep only what adds meaning or teaches you something real. Everything else dissolves into the background where it belongs. The third filter, is it within my control, brings the deepest calm. Much of what weighs on the mind at night comes from things you cannot influence. Someone else's mood, the past, the future, the opinions of others, outcomes you cannot force. The Stoics saw this as the root of unnecessary suffering. When you pass your day through this filter, you begin to see how much of your emotional load comes from trying to shape things that were never yours to shape. You release responsibility for other people's reactions. You stop replaying moments you cannot change. You stop worrying about tomorrows you cannot predict. What remains is simply what you can refine. Your choices, your effort, your attitude, your responses. That realization brings the kind of peace no external success ever can. But the real power of these filters comes when they work together, not as rules, but as a nightly cleansing. You take the day in your hands with softness, not judgment. You examine its pieces with honesty, not harshness. And one by one, the pieces that don't belong fall away. What stays is the truth of your experience, without exaggeration, without unnecessary burden, without the weight of false responsibility. This reconstruction does more than prepare you for sleep. It strengthens you for tomorrow. You wake with a clearer sense of what deserves your energy and what doesn't. You start recognizing what truly affects you and what only distracts you. You become more precise in how you respond to life because you spend your nights understanding life instead of hiding from it. Over time, this practice sharpens your inner lens. You stop carrying the echo of every small irritation. You stop letting misunderstandings linger as emotional residue. You stop confusing your fears with facts. Your mind becomes cleaner, lighter, steadier, because every night you strip away what is false, unnecessary, or uncontrollable. And something else happens too. You begin to see yourself with a kind of gentle honesty you may have never experienced. You understand your flaws without shame, your strengths without pride, your emotions without confusion. The truth becomes a companion, not a threat. When Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journals, he wasn't trying to impress anyone. He was reconstructing his own mind so he could meet the next day with clarity. You follow that same path now, and as you prepare to move deeper into the night, another layer of stillness rises, opening the way for the next lesson, waiting quietly in the dark. When the day has been sifted through truth and the mind grows lighter, something inside becomes ready for the next step, a deeper refinement, a quieter kind of alignment. There is a moment right after clarity when the heart feels slightly exposed, not in a painful way, but in a way that shows you what kind of person you are becoming. This is the space where virtue enters, not as a rigid expectation, not as perfection, but as a compass gently pointing you toward the version of yourself you want to wake up as. Stoics knew that character is not shaped only by actions, but by the quiet moments before action, the subtle choices made when no one is watching, the internal tone you end your day with. And night, with all its stillness, is the perfect place to set your moral baseline. This calibration is not punishment. It's not harsh self-evaluation. It's a soft conversation with the part of you that wants to grow. When the world finally stops demanding things, you can finally hear your inner standards without noise. You can reconnect with the values you sometimes forget in the rush of the day: patience, honesty, courage, compassion, self-control, humility. They rise like small lights in the dark, showing you where you drifted and where you stayed true. The practice begins by recognizing that virtue isn't a grand performance. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't need external proof. It lives in your daily tone, how you speak, how you listen, how you treat people who can't give you anything, how you treat yourself when no one else hears your thoughts. Night gives you a chance to reset these inner settings, so tomorrow is led by intention rather than impulse. You start by gently revisiting the attitudes that shaped your day, not the achievements, not the productivity, the character behind the actions. Did you speak from frustration or clarity? Did you rush when you could have paused? Did you protect your energy or give it away without thinking? Did you respond or react? These questions aren't meant to wound. They are meant to illuminate. Once you see the tone you carried, you can soften it into something steadier. Next, you look at the virtues you want to carry into tomorrow. Not all of them, just the ones that rise naturally. Some nights call for patience, others call for strength, others for restraint, compassion, or honesty. By acknowledging them before sleep, you set a baseline that shapes your subconscious through the night. This isn't wishful thinking, it's direction, the kind the mind follows even while you rest. The Stoics understood that the mind drifts toward whatever is emotionally anchored before sleep. If you end your night with anxiety, you train your nervous system to expect chaos. If you end it with resentment, you reinforce a cycle of inner tension. But if you end your night with a clear moral direction, even a gentle one, the nervous system recalibrates. Your inner world steadies. Sleep becomes restoration rather than escape. Virtue calibration is also about releasing the version of yourself that acted out of fear earlier in the day. Everyone has moments where insecurity shapes a response, or where frustration escapes too quickly. Instead of hiding from these moments, you meet them with understanding. You acknowledge the fear behind them, and then you let that version of yourself go as softly as you would exhale. This teaches the mind that mistakes are not personal failures, but signals pointing toward the next area of growth. Another part of this practice is strengthening your inner standard without tightening it. Many people mistake virtue for strictness, as if becoming better means becoming harder. The Stoics saw it differently. Virtue is balance, calm strength, steady discipline with room for humanity. When you calibrate your moral baseline at night, you're not creating rules, you're creating alignment. A centeredness that makes the next day feel smoother, because you start from the right emotional posture. As you continue the practice, something interesting happens. Your reactions during the day begin to shift without effort. You pause before speaking. You think before giving in to impulse. You hold yourself with a quiet dignity that doesn't depend on others noticing. This happens because the baseline you set before sleep becomes the baseline you wake up with. You begin your mornings already grounded, and grounded mornings shape grounded days. Another deep benefit is that this nightly calibration dissolves internal conflict. When you ignore your values, the heart grows restless. When you live out of alignment, tension builds beneath the surface. But when you reconnect with your moral center each night, inner conflict loosens. You know who you are becoming. That knowing brings calm. This practice also builds resilience. When your inner world is anchored in virtue, external events lose some of their power. You stop being thrown around by every problem. You stop being controlled by other people's moods. You face challenges with steadiness rather than panic. Virtue becomes the quiet armor no one sees but everyone senses. In this nightly calibration, you also strengthen the most underrated virtue, self-respect. Because when you know you are becoming the kind of person you admire, life feels clearer. Decisions become easier. Boundaries become sharper. You stop settling for things that pull you away from your values. You walk differently. You speak differently. You live differently. As the night deepens and your moral baseline settles into place, there is a new softness in the mind, the kind that comes from alignment rather than exhaustion. And from that softness, the next lesson rises, waiting to guide you further into the quiet transformation unfolding while you sleep. When your moral baseline settles and the quiet dignity of virtue fills the inner space, something deeper begins to surface. A tension you may not have noticed before, a subtle tightness around certain memories, roles, opinions, or expectations. It's not loud, not dramatic, but it clings, it holds, it resists. And this is where the next lesson begins, because the night has a way of revealing what the ego refuses to release in daylight. Letting go is often spoken about as if it were instinctive, but it is one of the hardest disciplines. Not because we are weak, but because the ego convinces us that our identity is built from everything we hold on to. Our achievements, our wounds, the story of who we think we are, and the way we want to be seen. Yet night strips away all performance. No one is watching. No one is measuring. No one is expecting anything from you. And in that honest silence, ego attachments begin to loosen just enough for transformation to enter. Letting go at night is different from letting go during the day. Daylight insists on control, plans, roles, responsibilities, confrontations, protection. But night asks for surrender, not giving up, but giving space. The ego hates this because it thrives on gripping. It thrives on defining, proving, defending. But the mind cannot rest when it is still carrying battles it doesn't need to fight. This practice begins with noticing what you are still holding from the day. Not the obvious things, those are easy to identify. It's the subtle attachments that cause the most tension. The need to be right in a conversation you keep replaying. The desire to look stronger than you felt. The embarrassment over a small mistake. The expectation that someone should have treated you differently. The pressure to meet a certain standard. The resentment that feels justified yet exhausting. These small ego hooks drain more energy than large problems. Before sleep, they reveal themselves as restlessness, irritation, or an inability to shut off your thoughts. The Stoics approached this with a soft discipline, acknowledging without clinging. Instead of resisting the ego, they recognized its presence, understood its intention, and then released its grip by seeing through it. The ego always wants to protect you, even when its methods create unnecessary suffering. When you understand this, you stop fighting your ego and instead guide it gently. Letting go begins with the simple act of honesty. You acknowledge where your pride was hurt. You acknowledge where you wanted validation. You acknowledge the places where you tried too hard to appear unaffected. Night gives you permission to drop the mask. And the moment you stop hiding your attachments from yourself, their power weakens. The next step is loosening the emotional charge around them. Ego attachments only survive through intensity, anger, defensiveness, longing, fear, shame. But when you observe them calmly, they can't maintain their force. You're not denying your feelings, you're giving them space to soften. This softening is what frees the mind. Another part of this discipline is accepting imperfection, not as a flaw, but as a natural state of being human. The ego demands flawless performance. The soul wants growth. When you release the ego's need to be perfect, you allow yourself to rest without replaying the day as a list of failures or victories. You simply let things be what they were. Letting go also means releasing roles for the night. During the day, you may be a parent, a partner, a leader, a provider, a protector. But at night, you are simply yourself, without titles, responsibilities, or expectations. The ego attaches tightly to identity, but the mind heals when identity is set aside. In the dark, you don't need to perform. You don't need to justify. You don't need to meet anyone's standard. That freedom is quiet, but it is powerful. Another layer of this practice involves letting go of emotional stories the ego repeats to maintain a sense of control. Stories like, I must prove myself, I must be admired, I must not show weakness, or I must fix everything. These narratives create invisible pressure that follows you into sleep. When you examine them at night, you begin to see their fragility. They were constructed, not born, and what is constructed can be dismantled. Letting go doesn't mean abandoning responsibility or ignoring injustice. It means releasing the emotional weight of things you cannot change in this moment. It means trusting that clarity is stronger than force. It means knowing that rest is not laziness, it is renewal. When the ego stops clinging, the mind becomes more capable of handling challenges with calm precision. A profound part of ego release is forgiveness, not the dramatic kind, but the quiet kind. Forgiveness of yourself for being human. Forgiveness of others for being imperfect. Forgiveness of the day for not going the way you wanted. This forgiveness is not about excusing anything. It's about freeing your mind from old tension. As you practice this nightly discipline, something shifts. The mind stops dragging the ego's weight into tomorrow. You wake up lighter, more grounded, less reactive. You stop taking things personally. You stop needing to prove anything. You begin to live from authenticity instead of protection. Letting go at night becomes a ritual of returning to yourself. A ritual of shedding everything the ego gathered. A ritual of remembering that you are more than your fears, more than your roles, more than your mistakes, more than your victories. You become someone who can move through life without carrying unnecessary emotional residue. And as this release settles, the night grows even quieter. The mind becomes softer, the heart becomes clearer, and the next lesson rises, waiting patiently in the space your ego once occupied. When the ego finally loosens its grip and the weight you carried begins to fall away, the night becomes honest in a new way. A deeper stillness appears, one that doesn't flatter you, doesn't accuse you, doesn't protect you. It simply shows what remains when defenses are quiet. This is the space Seneca worked with, a space where truth can be approached without fear and flaws can be acknowledged without shame. Because growth never comes from pretending perfection. It comes from meeting the parts of yourself that daylight convinces you to ignore. Seneca called this practice the shadow exercise, not because it is dark, but because it reveals what hides behind you during the day. Everyone carries a shadow. Not an evil force, not a flaw in your character, but the side of you that acts without awareness. The reactions you regret, the impulses you suppress, the disappointments you brush aside, the small failures you pretend didn't sting. All the things the ego is too proud to admit, the shadow holds quietly. Before sleep, when the mind is softer and honesty feels less threatening, Seneca would write down the hidden failures of his day. Not to punish himself, not to judge himself, but to understand himself, to bring light to the places where he drifted, to gently guide himself back toward the person he wanted to be. This practice begins with openness. You sit with yourself, mentally or on paper, and trace the moments where you stepped out of alignment. Maybe you spoke harshly when patience would have been wiser. Maybe you avoided a truth because it felt uncomfortable. Maybe you acted from insecurity. Maybe you allowed fear to shape your choices. Maybe you stayed silent when you should have expressed your needs. None of these moments define you, but they reveal where growth is waiting. The value of writing them down is not in the act itself, but in the honesty it requires. When thoughts stay in the mind, they shift, soften, get distorted. But when you place them in front of you, even in a few simple words, you strip them of emotional fog. You see them as events, not as personal failures. You create distance between yourself and the behavior. That distance is where transformation begins. Another important part of this exercise is gentleness. Seneca never approached his shadow with cruelty. He approached it like a wise mentor, firm but kind. When you acknowledge your hidden failures, you are not tearing yourself down. You're observing the parts of you that want guidance. You are teaching yourself how to do better tomorrow without drowning in guilt tonight. That is emotional maturity. That is strength. This practice also dissolves the fear of failure itself. When you learn to meet your flaws without collapsing under them, the world becomes less intimidating. You stop avoiding responsibility. You stop pretending you didn't make mistakes. You stop protecting your ego at the cost of your growth. You become someone who doesn't need perfection to feel worthy. Writing down your hidden failures also prevents emotional buildup. Unacknowledged flaws don't disappear. They turn into irritability, insecurity, defensiveness, shame. When you release them onto the page, even briefly, they lose their ability to grow unnoticed. You free your mind from carrying unresolved tension into the next day. But the shadow exercise is not only about what went wrong, it's about asking the right questions afterward. Why did I respond this way? What emotion was I protecting? What fear was underneath? What would virtue have looked like in that moment? How can I guide myself differently tomorrow? These questions shift the exercise from self-criticism to self-mastery. You begin to understand the origins of your behavior. You begin to see patterns. You begin to notice which environments trigger your worst instincts and which ones bring out your best. This awareness strengthens your inner decision-making. It becomes easier to choose wisely because you understand your own tendencies. Another powerful part of this practice is self-respect. When you hold yourself accountable with softness, you rebuild trust with yourself. You stop avoiding your own reflection. You stop abandoning your own growth. You learn that accountability is not punishment, it's self-care at the highest level. The more honest you become, the lighter your mind feels. Over time, your shadow shrinks. Not because it disappears, but because it integrates. The parts of you that once acted without awareness begin acting with intention. You stop repeating behaviors that hurt you. You stop being surprised by your own reactions. You stop feeling divided inside yourself. You become whole. And something else happens too. You begin to treat others with more compassion. When you face your own flaws honestly, you stop expecting perfection from other people. You start recognizing their struggles because you've acknowledged your own. This softens your interactions and strengthens your relationships. Seneca's shadow exercise is not about dwelling on mistakes. It's about balancing your inner narrative. Most people highlight their strengths and hide their weaknesses, but true confidence comes from seeing everything clearly and still choosing growth. As the night deepens and your truths settle on the page or in your thoughts, the mind becomes quieter. Not because you forced silence, but because you cleared the weight that once crowded your inner world. And from this clarity, the next lesson waits, ready to guide you deeper into the night's quiet transformation. When the shadow exercise softens the hidden corners of your day and truth has space to breathe, the mind enters a quieter territory. But calm does not always stay on its own. Even after honesty, even after letting go, thoughts can begin circling again, slowly at first, then faster. Rumination slips in through the smallest cracks. A comment you made, a future you fear, a memory you wish you handled differently. The mind starts looping, spinning a simple thought into something larger, heavier, louder. And this is where the Stoics leaned on a tool so simple, most people underestimate its power: the breath. Not the dramatic kind used in meditation retreats, not the forced kind people attempt when they're already overwhelmed. Stoic breath anchoring was practical, grounded, and deeply human. It was designed for nights exactly like this, when the mind refuses to be still, when thoughts trip over each other, when emotional residue starts clinging again. Breath anchoring is a way to interrupt the mind's spirals without fighting them. The Stoics understood something modern science later confirmed. The breath is the only place where the mind and body meet on equal ground. Thoughts live in the mind, emotions live in the body. But the breath is the bridge, and when you guide the breath, you guide both. The practice begins with something so subtle you barely notice it. You simply become aware of your breathing, not controlling it, not deepening it, not analyzing it, just noticing where the breath lands. For most people under stress, the breath becomes shallow, trapped in the chest. Rumination thrives in shallow breathing because the body believes it's preparing for a threat. When the body feels threatened, the mind starts searching for danger, even when none exists. That's why nighttime overthinking feels so intense. It's not just mental. Your physiology is reinforcing the loop. Stoic breath anchoring interrupts this cycle by guiding the breath downward, slowly, gently. You relax the chest and let the breath settle deeper into the belly. Not exaggerated, not forced, just enough so the body realizes there is no threat. This small shift signals the nervous system to unwind. The heart slows, the muscles soften, the brain steps out of alert mode. Rumination loses momentum, not because you silence the thoughts, but because you remove the body's reason to keep producing them. The next layer of this practice is the anchor itself. The Stoics believed that attention is power. Wherever the mind rests, energy gathers. At night, attention drifts toward worry. But when you anchor your focus on the breath, specifically on the sensation of air entering and leaving the body, you reclaim control without force. You don't try to block thoughts, you simply give the mind something steadier to rest on. Rumination cannot compete with anchored attention, not because the thoughts disappear, but because you stop feeding them. A thought only grows if you follow it. Breath anchoring teaches you how to stay, not chase. Another important part of this technique is letting each exhale carry a small emotional release. It doesn't have to be dramatic, just a soft unclenching. The Stoics observed that the exhale is the body's way of letting go. When you lengthen it slightly, tension dissolves almost automatically. This turns the breath into a quiet ritual. Inhale to steady the mind, exhale to release the noise. Over time, the breath becomes a refuge, a place you can return to no matter what the mind is doing. You begin to trust this anchor because it never fails you. It's always available. It's always honest. It doesn't argue, doesn't judge, doesn't amplify fear. It simply brings you back to the present, the one place rumination cannot survive. Another layer of Stoic breath anchoring involves pairing the breath with a simple internal phrase, not a mantra, but a reminder. Marcus Aurelius often repeated quiet truths to himself during moments of unrest. You can do the same. A soft phrase like return, release, or let it pass can accompany the exhale. This subtly trains the mind to disconnect from spiraling thoughts and reconnect with stillness. This practice also teaches an important Stoic principle. You do not need to control every thought to be free of its influence. You only need to stop participating in the ones that drain you. Breath anchoring creates that separation. Thoughts continue to appear, as they always will, but they no longer dictate your state. You learn to watch them drift by like passing clouds, while your breath keeps you grounded like the earth beneath them. As this becomes part of your nightly rhythm, the body begins anticipating the calm. The moment you start breathing this way, the mind responds automatically. Muscles relax without being told. The heart rate slows before you consciously notice it. Rumination shortens its lifespan. The night becomes safer, quieter, less threatening, and eventually something gentle happens. The breath becomes your signal that the day is ending. Your body begins to trust that it is allowed to rest. Your mind stops rehearsing every possibility. The night stops feeling like a battlefield and becomes a sanctuary instead. With the breath anchored and rumination dissolved, the mind enters a deeper stillness, one that prepares you for the next phase of inner transformation, waiting deeper in the night. When the breath steadies and the spirals of rumination loosen their hold, a deeper quiet settles inside you, one that feels almost unfamiliar at first. It's the kind of calm that arrives only after the mind stops fighting its own momentum. And in that calm, there is finally enough space for a different kind of reflection. Not the analytical kind, not the self-correcting kind. Something warmer, something braver, something the Stoics considered one of the highest forms of inner freedom. This is where amor fati begins, not as a slogan, not as blind acceptance, but as a nightly rehearsal of loving the day exactly as it unfolded, without reshaping it in your mind, without wishing it were different, without dragging resistance into tomorrow. Most people go to bed wrestling the day. They replay conversations. They rewrite moments. They wish certain feelings never appeared. They argue with reality long after it's over. The mind tries to negotiate with the past as if it could be convinced to rearrange itself. But the Stoics knew this was the root of suffering, not the events themselves, but our refusal to let them be what they already are. Amor fati is not passive acceptance. It is the discipline of saying, "This was my day, all of it, and I choose not to resist the truth of it." This practice begins with acknowledging that every moment, pleasant or painful, belonged to your path. Not as fate in a mystical sense, but as the exact series of events that shaped your growth today. Instead of asking why something happened, you soften into the idea that it was meant to refine something inside you. The rehearsal starts quietly. You revisit the day with a softer gaze than before. You don't evaluate it, you witness it. You let the moments appear without forcing emotion onto them. You see the difficulties not as interruptions, but as part of your training. You see the small joys as gifts, not accidents. You see the frustrations as teachers disguised as inconveniences. Loving the day doesn't mean loving every event. It means loving the meaning behind them. The way each moment sculpted you in some subtle way. When you approach the day like this, resistance fades. You stop asking life to match your expectations. You stop believing everything would be perfect if the world behaved differently. You begin to understand that the day unfolded exactly how it needed to, even if it was difficult, even if it challenged you, even if it revealed weaknesses you weren't ready to see. Another part of this rehearsal is releasing the fantasy of the ideal day, the one where nothing goes wrong, the one where everything makes sense, the one where people act exactly how you hoped. That day is imaginary, and comparing real life to an imaginary version will always leave you disappointed. Amor fati removes that comparison. It teaches you to meet the day you lived, not the one you wished for. This shift changes your emotional landscape. Disappointment loses its intensity. Resentment loses its fuel. You stop carrying a silent narrative of how life should have been. You stop needing everything to be easy to consider life good. Another powerful layer of this practice is learning to love the parts of the day that revealed your limits. The moment you grew impatient, the moment fear held you back, the moment you stumbled emotionally. Loving the day includes loving the parts that expose your humanity. You don't shame yourself, you learn from yourself. You don't hide from your flaws, you understand them. This softens the ego and strengthens the heart. Amor fati also rewires how you face future challenges. When you train yourself to accept and love the past as it is, you become less afraid of tomorrow. You stop bracing for difficulty. You stop fearing uncertainty. The mind becomes flexible. You learn to trust yourself with whatever tomorrow brings, not because it will be easy, but because you are capable. Over time, the nightly rehearsal becomes a form of emotional cleansing. Resentments dissolve. What-ifs lose their grip. Regrets become lighter. The heart becomes less reactive. You go to bed with a sense of completion rather than conflict. And then something even deeper occurs. You begin to see beauty in the imperfect, purpose in the inconvenient, growth in the unexpected, peace in the unchangeable. Amor fati shifts you from resisting life to collaborating with it. By the time this practice settles in, the day feels softer. Your relationship with reality becomes kinder, and the mind prepares itself for rest, not by escaping the day, but by embracing it fully. As the night deepens and this acceptance takes root, another layer of transformation emerges, waiting to guide you further into the parts of yourself that only silence can reveal. When love for the day settles into your chest and resistance fades from your thoughts, the night begins to open a different kind of door, one you cannot access while awake. A door that leads into the deeper layers of your own mind, because once acceptance softens the surface, the subconscious steps forward with its quiet symbols, its unfiltered emotions, its unspoken truths. And this is where the next Stoic practice rises, not from logic, but from curiosity, using your dreams as a window into the judgments your waking mind hides. Dream journaling is often treated as something mystical or artistic, but the Stoics used it differently. For them, dreams were not predictions or omens. They were reflections, distorted at times, symbolic at times, but always revealing something about the inner world. Marcus Aurelius believed that dreams expose the impressions we carry without noticing. Seneca believed they show the emotional habits we avoid confronting. Epictetus believed they reveal the beliefs we have not fully examined. You do not journal dreams to decode them like puzzles. You journal them to observe what your mind prioritizes when you are not controlling it. Because the subconscious has no audience to impress, it simply expresses. This practice begins in the quiet moments right after waking. The mind is still soft, the dream not yet dissolved. Most people move too quickly, letting the dream fade before they ever consider its meaning. But a Stoic lets the remnants stay just long enough to see the emotional texture behind them. Was the dream tense, sad, pleasant, confusing, comforting? What emotion did your mind choose when it was free from logic? That emotion reveals a judgment you are carrying beneath awareness. Dream journaling is not about writing every detail. A few lines are enough. You capture the essence, the feeling, the theme, the conflict, the person, the situation. You don't embellish. You don't analyze yet. You just gather the raw material. The next step is inquiry. Not interpretation, inquiry. What belief does this dream reveal? What emotion was trying to surface? What part of my life am I not acknowledging? What judgment about myself or others is hidden here? Maybe you dream of being unprepared. That may reflect a belief that you're falling behind. Maybe you dream of conflict. That may reflect unspoken tension with someone. Maybe you dream of being chased. That may reflect something you keep avoiding emotionally. Maybe you dream of loss. That may reflect fear you haven't allowed yourself to name. The Stoics used dreams as mirrors. They didn't assume dreams were literal. They assumed they were symbolic containers for emotions the conscious mind suppresses. When you see these emotions on paper, they lose some of their hidden power. What was vague becomes clearer. What was overwhelming becomes understandable. What was avoided becomes approachable. Another layer of this practice is tracing patterns over time. One dream means little, but repeated themes show the subconscious trying to communicate something persistent. A fear you haven't reconciled, a desire you haven't acknowledged, a wound you haven't healed, a value you've abandoned, a truth you're scared to face. When these patterns surface, the Stoic approach is to meet them with calm inquiry rather than anxiety. This practice also helps you understand your automatic judgments, the quick emotional interpretations your mind jumps to when faced with uncertainty. Dreams often exaggerate these judgments, making them easier to identify. When you see how your subconscious reacts in dream form, you understand what influences your waking behavior. You understand why certain things trigger you. You understand why some worries feel heavier than they logically should. You understand where your mind still needs refinement. A profound benefit of dream journaling is how it reduces emotional confusion. Many people wake up feeling strange, unsettled, heavy, restless, but they can't explain why. The feelings linger through the morning, shaping decisions without awareness. Writing dreams down gives those emotions shape. It prevents them from silently steering your day. Another strength of this practice is how it reconnects you with your instinctive wisdom. Not every dream reveals fear. Many reveal desires, strengths, or clarity you ignore while awake. Dreams may show courage you didn't know you had. They may show longing your conscious mind hides. They may show a direction your intuition already understands. The Stoics valued this because intuition, when paired with reason, becomes a powerful guide. Dream journaling trains you to meet your subconscious with curiosity instead of fear. And curiosity turns confusion into understanding. Understanding turns judgment into calm. Calm turns rest into healing. Over time, something shifts. Dreams stop feeling like random fragments. They begin to feel like messages from deeper parts of yourself. Not mystical, human, not magical, psychological, not prophetic, insightful. You develop a relationship with your inner world that most people never explore. You speak to the hidden parts of your mind instead of ignoring them. You learn from the places where your consciousness softens. You grow through the symbols your waking self overlooks. And as the night carries you deeper, the mind prepares for the next lesson, one that moves from the subconscious back into the realm of presence, where awareness becomes your anchor once again. When the subconscious has spoken through dreams and you've welcomed its quiet truths onto the page, the night shifts again. Something loosens inside you, not because you've solved everything, but because you finally stopped gripping every piece of your inner world so tightly. And it's in this softened state that the next Stoic lesson rises, one that touches the very core of inner freedom, learning to detach from outcomes. Most people don't realize it, but sleep is the purest test of detachment. Every night you perform the ultimate act of letting go. You surrender control of your thoughts. You surrender control of time. You surrender control of your body. You release consciousness itself, and yet you trust you will return. Sleep is the closest thing to surrender the human experience offers, and the way you approach it reveals how much your mind still clings to control. Detachment is often misunderstood. It is not indifference. It is not apathy. It is not pretending not to care. Detachment is caring deeply without being owned by the result. It is giving your best effort without demanding the universe bend to your expectations. It is loving your path without needing it to unfold exactly the way you picture it. Stoics mastered this mindset because they understood a simple truth. You can shape your actions, but not the outcome of those actions. And every night, sleep gives you a chance to rehearse this truth without resistance. This practice begins with recognizing the fear that often sits beneath restlessness. Many people struggle to fall asleep, not because they aren't tired, but because they can't let go of their attachment to how tomorrow must unfold. The mind loops through scenarios, tries to solve problems in advance, tries to control outcomes that will not be decided until the future arrives. This clinging keeps the nervous system alert long after the body wants to rest. But sleep invites you to release the illusion of control. You cannot manage anything while unconscious. You cannot fix anything while dreaming. You cannot force life to obey your will while you're away from it. You learn detachment by allowing the night to take over without resistance. The Stoics saw sleep as a nightly reminder that life continues without your direct involvement. You are not the engine that keeps the world turning. You are a participant, not the puppeteer. This realization is not meant to diminish your importance. It's meant to free you from the pressure of being responsible for everything. When you use sleep as a test of detachment, you approach it with a different mindset. You don't demand the next day to be perfect. You don't try to choreograph every outcome. You don't rehearse every possible conversation. You stop instructing life and start trusting yourself to respond to whatever arrives. That trust is what detachment truly is. Another part of this practice is releasing the emotional grip you have on unresolved situations. You may be in the middle of a difficult conversation, a project, a decision, a conflict. Your mind wants closure before rest, but closure is not always available on your schedule. The Stoic approach is to accept that some things must remain unfinished until tomorrow, and that letting them rest doesn't weaken you. It strengthens you. It teaches patience. It teaches humility. It teaches resilience. You remind yourself, I cannot solve everything tonight, but I can meet tomorrow with a clear mind if I allow myself to rest now. This shift is powerful because it prevents emotional burnout. When you detach from the need for immediate resolution, you protect your mind from exhaustion. You give tomorrow a chance to unfold naturally. You give yourself a chance to approach problems with a rested mind instead of a tired one. Detachment also means letting go of the identity tied to outcomes. Many people anchor their worth to results, successes, achievements, praise, validation. When things go well, they feel valuable. When things go poorly, they feel diminished. This emotional dependence creates inner instability. Sleep interrupts this cycle. It levels the playing field. In sleep, everyone is stripped of identity, status, and performance. You return to your simplest form, unburdened consciousness. Night teaches you that your value is not built on what you accomplish, but on the person you are becoming. As you practice detachment before sleep, you begin to recognize how much emotional pressure you've been placing on yourself. You notice how tightly you cling to expectations. You notice how often your mind tries to control the uncontrollable. And instead of criticizing yourself, you soften. You let the day end without trying to fix it. You let tomorrow arrive without forcing it. Eventually, something profound shifts. You begin to sleep more peacefully because you stop carrying unfinished outcomes into your rest. You wake more calmly because you didn't burden your subconscious with impossible demands. You face the next day with clearer judgment because your mind wasn't wrestling the future all night. Detachment becomes less of a concept and more of a lived experience. Something you rehearse every night without strain. Each time you surrender to sleep, you reaffirm the truth that life is not controlled by tension, but guided by presence. The more you practice letting go in the quiet hours, the more naturally you release unnecessary attachments during the day. And as this nightly surrender becomes a rhythm, the night opens yet another lesson, one that teaches you how to shape tomorrow with intention, not through control, but through quiet inner alignment. When detachment softens the tight grip you once held on tomorrow, the mind becomes clearer. clear enough to see yourself without distortion, without fear, without the restless urgency that daylight tends to create. In this clarity, something ancient rises, not a thought, not an emotion, a framework, a quiet structure the Stoics built their lives on, the four cardinal virtues. They are not rules, they are not restrictions, they are directions the mind can follow when the world becomes loud. And the night, soft, honest, stripped of performance, is the perfect place to realign yourself with them. Evening reflection through the lens of wisdom, courage, justice and temperance is not about grading your day. It's about understanding the quality of your character in a calm, gentle way. The Stoics believed that if your character is aligned, your life naturally follows. Problems become lighter, reactions become clearer, relationships become easier, the mind becomes quieter. These virtues act like four steady pillars that hold you upright when everything else is uncertain. The reflection begins softly, almost like turning your head towards something familiar. You don't force the evaluation, you let the virtues rise and show you where your day drifted and where it stayed aligned. The first virtue, wisdom, is not about intelligence, it is about judgment. Did you see things as they truly were, or as you feared or hoped they would be? Did you respond with clarity or with impulse? Did you let your emotions guide your decisions, or did you let understanding lead? Wisdom shows up in the smallest moments, in how you spoke, in when you chose silence, in the way you interpreted someone's words. By reflecting through this lens, you uncover where your mind was sharp and where it was clouded. And you do this without shaming yourself, because the purpose is refinement, not punishment. Wisdom grows when you understand yourself, not when you criticize yourself. The next virtue, courage, is not only about great acts of bravery. It is about honesty with your own fear. Did you avoid something today because it made you uncomfortable? Did you hold back important words because you feared the reaction? Did you hide pieces of yourself to keep the peace? Or did you show up, even if it was imperfect? Courage often looks quiet. It might be choosing to speak clearly. It might be setting a boundary. It might be facing a feeling you've been avoiding. Evening reflection allows you to acknowledge these moments with sincerity. And when you notice where courage was absent, you don't condemn yourself. You simply guide yourself toward braver responses tomorrow. Courage grows through awareness, not force. Then there is justice, the virtue that looks outward rather than inward. Did you treat others the way you expect to be treated? Were you fair? Were you patient? Were you considerate of the impact your actions had on others? Did you give people the benefit of the doubt, or did you react to assumptions? Justice is not about balancing scales or keeping moral score. It is about recognizing that your actions ripple into the lives around you. When you reflect through this lens, you become more aware of your presence in the world, not just your intentions, but your effects. And when you see a moment where you could have shown more kindness or fairness, you don't drown in regret. You simply keep that recognition alive, so tomorrow you act with more clarity. The last virtue, temperance, is the quietest but often the most transformative. Did you restrain your impulses? Did you choose balance instead of excess? Did you pause before reacting? Did you protect your energy instead of scattering it everywhere? Temperance is self-governance, the gentle discipline that keeps you from being pulled around by desires, irritations, or sudden emotions. Reflecting on temperance helps you see where you acted with steadiness and where impulse took the lead. This awareness strengthens your ability to navigate the next day with more balance. As you move through these virtues, something subtle starts to happen. You begin to see your day not as a series of failures and successes, but as a reflection of your inner state. You begin to recognize qualities rather than moments. You learn the texture of your own character. This nightly practice builds self-respect. Because you are not hiding from who you were today, you are meeting yourself with honesty. And honesty, especially with yourself, is the beginning of deep inner peace. You stop running from your own reflection. You stop pretending you don't know where you need to grow. You stop avoiding the truth of your own behavior. Instead, you become someone capable of self-correction without self-cruelty. The reflection also dissolves confusion. Most emotional discomfort comes from not understanding why we acted the way we did. When you see your actions through the virtues, everything starts to make sense. Your choices, your reactions, your feelings, they all have roots. You can now trace those roots clearly. The beauty of this practice is that it also strengthens your sense of direction. Tomorrow becomes less overwhelming when you know exactly what qualities you want to carry into it. You are not wandering through the day blindly. You are guided by principles you have chosen consciously. Over time, this becomes more than reflection. It becomes alignment. You stop drifting toward pettiness, impatience, or impulsiveness. You become calmer because your inner compass is steady. You speak more intentionally. You navigate conflict with a clearer head. You trust yourself more, and that trust, built quietly in the dark, becomes the foundation for the next step in your nightly transformation, a step that deepens your emotional strength and prepares the mind for even greater clarity in the hours ahead. When the virtues settle into place and your character feels aligned again, the night offers something deeper, something most people never realize they're capable of cultivating while they sleep. There is a shift that happens once honesty, clarity, acceptance, and moral grounding take root. The mind becomes less fragile, less reactive, less thrown around by circumstances. And in this softened, grounded state, the Stoics practiced one of their most powerful forms of inner training, building anti-fragility through deliberate nighttime thought. Fragility breaks under pressure. Resilience withstands pressure. Anti-fragility grows because of it. This is what the Stoics aimed for. Not a life free from difficulty, but a mind strengthened by it. A mind that gets sharper the more it is tested. A mind that becomes calmer the more storms arrive. And the night, with its stillness and lowered resistance, is the ideal environment for cultivating this kind of strength. Anti-fragility is not toughness. Toughness is rigidity. Toughness cracks. Anti-fragility bends, learns, adapts, and expands. It turns challenge into refinement. And guided Stoic thought before sleep allows the mind to begin this transformation quietly and deeply. The practice starts with a simple shift, viewing the day's difficulties not as proof of weakness, but as training. Every frustration sharpened your patience. Every misunderstanding refined your communication. Every disappointment tested your values. Every stressor revealed where you still tighten inside. You're not pretending these hardships were pleasant. You're acknowledging the growth they triggered. This perspective is not forced positivity. It is recognition of reality. Struggle shapes you more than comfort ever could. When you reflect on each challenge with this mindset, something inside you reorganizes. You stop seeing difficulty as an interruption. You start seeing it as input, information, fuel for growth. The next layer is letting the mind revisit a few challenging moments, not to dwell, but to understand the strengthening hidden beneath them. Maybe someone spoke sharply to you. Maybe a plan fell apart. Maybe you made a mistake. Instead of replaying these moments with shame or irritation, you ask yourself, what strength did this reveal? What capacity did this challenge stretch? What quality did this moment test in me? What part of myself did this difficulty introduce me to? By guiding your thoughts this way, you transform the emotional impact of the day. Hardship loses its sting and becomes a blueprint. Your mind rewrites the meaning of stress from something that drains you to something that teaches you. And meaning is what determines whether a challenge weakens you or prepares you. Another key part of building anti-fragility overnight is releasing the need for life to be easy. Most stress comes from expecting smoothness. When reality disrupts that expectation, you suffer twice. Once from the challenge itself, and once from resisting it. But when you rehearse acceptance at night, when you guide your thoughts toward the idea that life includes adversity, the mind relaxes. You stop being surprised by difficulty. You stop feeling betrayed by inconvenience. You stop interpreting challenge as failure. You begin to expect that life will test you and that you will grow because of it. This mindset makes you emotionally unbreakable, not hardened, not numb, simply unfazed by the natural turbulence of existence. You allow yourself to meet tomorrow's difficulties with curiosity instead of fear. Another part of this practice is imagining not catastrophe, but capability. Stoics often visualized potential challenges, not to worry, but to prepare. They explored possible stressors and rehearsed calm responses. You are not predicting problems, you are strengthening the parts of yourself that handle them. You guide the mind through scenarios with steadiness, showing yourself what graceful resilience looks like. Over time, the mind internalizes this rehearsal. It stops jumping to panic. It stops assuming the worst. It learns the rhythm of composure. It learns how to stay centered, even when life bends unpredictably. You build emotional muscle memory. Another layer of anti-fragility is gratitude for stress, not for the pain itself, but for the growth it produces. When you can genuinely appreciate the refinement hidden in discomfort, you no longer fear discomfort. You stop running from life's sharp edges. You stop shrinking from its weight. Gratitude transforms adversity from an enemy into a mentor. And when adversity becomes a mentor, fragility disappears. The night is the perfect time for this shift because the mind is more receptive, more flexible, less guarded. Guided Stoic thought settles deep into your subconscious. While you sleep, your mind processes these ideas. It reorganizes beliefs. It rewires emotional responses. It integrates the lessons. Sleep becomes not just rest, but restructuring. Not just recovery, but construction. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, you wake stronger. You face challenges without collapsing. You adapt faster. You stay calm in situations that would have rattled you before. You no longer crack under pressure. You expand because of it. Anti-fragility becomes part of who you are, not because you forced strength, but because you cultivated it in the quiet hours when your mind was open enough to receive it. As this inner expansion settles into place, the night prepares to offer yet another lesson, one that teaches you how to release the past even more deeply and meet the next day with a clearer heart. When anti-fragility begins to take root, when challenges stop feeling like personal attacks and start feeling like catalysts, something unexpected happens inside you. A quiet courage begins to form. Not the loud kind that others notice, but the kind that lets you face the deepest truth of all without trembling. And it's in this courage that the Stoics introduced one of their most powerful, misunderstood, and liberating practices, the ritual of dying daily. This was not a morbid obsession. It was not a fixation on loss or fear. It was a way of remembering what matters most before sleep takes you into a world where control no longer exists. To the Stoics, each night was a symbolic ending, a reminder that the day you just lived would never return. And instead of fearing this truth, they used it to sharpen their presence, soften their ego, and open their hearts. The ritual begins with a simple, sobering idea. This day is complete. It will not come again. Most people rush into sleep as if tomorrow is guaranteed. But this assumption breeds carelessness. It encourages procrastination, emotional avoidance, and unfinished intentions. When you approach the night as a symbolic ending, everything shifts. Gratitude deepens, perspective widens, resentment dissolves, petty concerns fall away. You see with a clarity that the ordinary mind rarely reaches. The practice starts by acknowledging the finality of the day, not with fear, but with acceptance. You pause in the quiet darkness and reflect on the day as if it were the last time you would ever see it. You let that realization wash through your awareness. You don't dramatize it. You simply recognize it as truth. And then a kind of gentle detachment emerges. Detachment from mistakes. You cannot redo them. Detachment from worries. The day is gone. Detachment from unfinished tasks. They belong to tomorrow. Detachment from ego. The performance is over. This is the death the Stoics spoke of. Not physical death, but the death of the day's emotional residue. The death of assumptions. The death of clinging. The death of the illusion that everything must be controlled. The next part of the ritual is forgiveness, not for moral perfection, but for peace. You forgive yourself for the moments where you fell short. You forgive others for their flaws. You forgive the world for not matching your expectations, not because anyone deserves it, but because you will not carry this weight into the symbolic rebirth of tomorrow. When you forgive before sleep, the mind stops fighting the past. There is no lingering battle, no grudges draining you, no resentment poisoning your rest. You enter sleep clean, unburdened. Another element of this ritual is recognition of your own impermanence, not in a sorrowful way, but in a freeing way. When you accept that life is fragile, you stop wasting your energy on things that don't matter. You stop exaggerating problems. You stop postponing what your heart keeps whispering about. You stop living halfway. Nightly symbolic death sharpens your priorities with a precision daylight cannot provide. You begin to ask yourself, if this were truly the end of the day forever, what would I wish I had done differently? Did I love enough? Was I present? Did I speak honestly? Did I live aligned with the person I claim to be? These questions aren't meant to create regret. They are meant to guide tomorrow. Because each night is a rehearsal for the kind of life you want to lead, and each morning becomes a rebirth, a chance to try again with more awareness. The Stoics believed that reflecting on mortality does not weaken you. It strengthens you. It strips away illusions and leaves only what is real. And there is another layer, deeper still. When you die daily, you train the mind for the ultimate surrender, sleep itself. Sleep requires trust. Trust that your body will breathe without you. Trust that your mind will release its grip. Trust that tomorrow will unfold without your overnight control. This ritual prepares you for that surrender. It turns sleep from an anxious transition into a sacred release, a gentle returning to stillness, a letting go so complete that the mind finally rests. Over time, this practice changes how you live. You stop clinging to unimportant things. You stop delaying conversations that matter. You stop taking time for granted. You stop assuming later is promised. You live with more intention, more tenderness, more courage, more presence, more truth. Dying daily makes you alive in a way most people never experience. And when this ritual finally settles, when your mind feels lighter, your heart feels clearer, and your spirit feels grounded, the night prepares to lead you even deeper. There is another lesson waiting, one that teaches you how to use silence itself as a sanctuary. When the day has been symbolically laid to rest, and you've released everything that no longer belongs to you, the night opens into something vast, something most people mistake for emptiness. But the Stoics saw this differently. They believed that after the noise of the world fades, after the ego loosens, after reflection softens the mind, you reach a space they considered sacred, the void of silence. It's not the absence of sound, it's the absence of pressure, the absence of roles, the absence of performance, the absence of everything that pulls you away from yourself. Most people rush to fill silence with background noise, with distractions, with thoughts, with anything that prevents them from hearing their inner world. But silence isn't empty. It's a training ground, a mirror, a stabilizing force. And when night offers this stillness, the Stoic mind steps into it deliberately, knowing that strength grows fastest where noise cannot reach. This practice begins with noticing how the mind initially reacts to silence. Often there's discomfort, a slight agitation, a sense that something is missing, that rest must be filled with stimulation. That stillness is a void to escape rather than a space to enter. This reaction is not weakness, it's conditioning. The mind is used to constant inputs. Silence strips them away, revealing the raw state beneath. The first step is simply allowing the quiet to exist without trying to cover it. You let the softness of the dark settle around you. You let the world fade. You let the sounds diminish. And you resist the urge to reach for distractions, not by force, by presence. Once you settle into the silence, you begin to notice something subtle. The mind starts to reveal its natural rhythm. Thoughts come slower. Emotions become clearer. Tension that you didn't even realize you carried begins to dissolve. Silence becomes a teacher, showing you how much noise you added unconsciously throughout the day. The Stoics considered silence a space where strength is built because it exposes your internal habits without interference. You notice how often your thoughts wander. You notice how quickly you chase mental noise. You notice the restlessness your mind creates when it doesn't have something to hold on to. And this awareness is the first layer of training, recognizing the patterns that normally go unnoticed. Another part of this practice involves learning to sit with the mind without trying to direct it. Not meditation in the strict sense, simply allowing your inner world to stabilize on its own. Stoic silence is not about emptiness, it's about clarity. When the world is quiet, you can hear the truth beneath your thoughts. You can sense the emotions beneath the surface. You can observe how much clutter your mind accumulates and how much calmer it becomes when you don't engage with every impulse. Silence teaches restraint. Restraint from reacting to every thought. Restraint from chasing every feeling. Restraint from needing constant stimulation. This restraint is not suppression, it is discipline. It is the ability to let things pass without needing to involve yourself in them. The void of silence also strengthens your ability to stay present. When there is nothing to distract you, presence becomes natural. You begin to feel the subtle rhythms of your breath. You feel your body unwinding. You sense how the mind becomes softer when it's not pushed or pulled. Presence becomes less of a skill and more of a state, a home you return to. Another powerful layer of this training is learning to trust the quiet. Many people fear that silence will bring up thoughts or emotions they aren't ready to face. But the opposite is true. Silence softens everything it reveals. It doesn't amplify fear, it dissolves the charge behind it. What feels overwhelming in the chaos of the day becomes manageable in the stillness of night. Silence gives the mind space to unwind the knots it tied under pressure. As you continue this practice, silence becomes a refuge instead of a threat, a place of clarity instead of confusion, a space where the mind reorganizes itself naturally, a space where emotional tension fades without effort. You begin to crave this quiet, not as an escape, but as nourishment. It strengthens your patience, it sharpens your intuition, it deepens your emotional intelligence. It teaches you how to be with yourself without distraction. The deepest part of this lesson is understanding that silence builds an internal anchor. The more comfortable you become in stillness, the less the world can shake you. Noise no longer dictates your state. Chaos no longer overwhelms you. Criticism, unpredictability, stress, all lose some of their power because you have cultivated a space inside that remains untouched. You become someone who carries silence within them, even in loud places. Someone who reacts slowly, not impulsively. Someone who thinks clearly before speaking. Someone whose calm presence influences others. This quiet strength is not something you force. It grows naturally from spending time in the void where nothing competes for your attention. And once you learn to embrace silence rather than flee from it, the night invites you deeper still, toward a lesson that teaches you how to use that silence to release resentment, soften conflict, and reconnect with the humanity that binds all of us. When silence finally settles and you find yourself no longer resisting the stillness, another truth begins to surface, one that the Stoics held close, yet most people never explore deeply. In the softness of night, after ego has loosened and the noise has faded, something else becomes visible, the subtle weight you carry from other people. Their words, their mistakes, their failures, their moods, their misunderstandings, their disappointments. These fragments linger long after the interactions end, clinging to your emotional world in ways you barely notice until the night exposes them. This is where resentment hides, quiet, heavy, persistent, often unacknowledged. Most people enter sleep with unspoken tension towards someone, sometimes a stranger, sometimes a friend, sometimes someone they love, sometimes themselves. And this tension drains your rest, clouds your dreams, and shapes the next day without you realizing it. The Stoics approached this with a concept both powerful and humbling. Universal brotherhood, the understanding that every human being, including the ones who hurt you, act from the same flaws, the same fears, the same confusion, the same desire to be safe, to be understood, to be valued. When you see others through this lens, resentment unravels not because you excuse their behavior, but because you recognize the shared human condition beneath it. Releasing resentment before bed begins with remembering that everyone is driven by their own internal storms, storms you cannot see. The Stoics believed that if you could step inside another person's mind, even for a moment, you would understand why they acted the way they did. You would see their insecurities, their anxieties, their upbringing, their blind spots. And in understanding, anger dissolves. This reflection isn't about letting people walk over you. It's about freeing your own heart from the weight of carrying them into the night. Resentment is a burden that punishes you far more than it punishes the person who caused it. It occupies mental space. It tightens the body. It fuels rumination. It keeps your nervous system from relaxing. The person you resent sleeps peacefully while you lie awake with their shadow. The Stoics knew this was unnecessary suffering. Universal brotherhood shifts this dynamic. It reminds you they are human too. They are flawed like you. They are learning like you. They are trying to navigate life with the same fragile tools you use. When you approach resentment through this lens, the emotional charge weakens. You start to see that most hurtful actions are not personal. They are projections of inner pain. People lash out because they are overwhelmed. They withdraw because they are afraid. They criticize because they are insecure. They misunderstand because they lack clarity. They disappoint because they are limited. Recognizing this does not justify behavior, but it removes the illusion that you are the sole target of it. The next part of this practice is acknowledging your own role in the human collective. You too have hurt people unintentionally. You too have failed to express yourself clearly. You too have reacted before thinking. You too have carried your inner chaos into your interactions. Seeing yourself with honesty softens your judgment of others. Compassion grows not from superiority, but from shared humanity. In this space of understanding, resentment begins to melt. The body unclenches. The breath deepens. The mind stops protecting itself from ghosts that no longer pose a threat. You stop fighting battles that ended hours ago. Another layer of this practice involves releasing the fantasy that others should behave according to your expectations. Resentment often comes from the belief that people should act a certain way, speak a certain way, choose a certain way. But every person lives within their own worldview, a worldview shaped by experiences you will never fully comprehend. When you let go of the idea that people must meet your inner script, you liberate them and yourself from an impossible demand. You don't release resentment to be morally superior. You release it so you can sleep, so you can breathe, so you can wake up without bitterness shaping the new day, so you can move through life unburdened by emotional leftovers. And then something profound happens. The heart becomes lighter. You wake with more generosity. Conflicts feel softer. You stop replaying arguments. You stop carrying grudges. You stop poisoning your own peace with the actions of others. Universal brotherhood creates emotional space. A space where empathy replaces hostility. A space where perspective replaces irritation. A space where forgiveness becomes a natural byproduct of understanding. A space where nighttime becomes healing rather than reliving. Over time, this nightly release transforms your relationships, not because others change, but because you stop approaching them with the residue of yesterday's resentment. You become easier to be around. You become calmer. You become more patient. You become someone who carries warmth instead of tension. And as this release settles into the quiet of the night, your heart opens enough to receive the next lesson, one that teaches you how to examine your own behaviors with clarity, honesty, and compassion, without falling into self-judgment or self-punishment. When resentment dissolves and the heart finally exhales, the night becomes clearer. Not lighter in a superficial way, but clearer in a deep, grounded sense. The emotional fog lifts, the mind stops clenching around old wounds, and what remains is a quiet, open space where honesty can enter without fear. It's in this space that one of the Stoics' most powerful practices takes form, the nightly audit. This was not a ritual for the perfect. It was a ritual for the sincere. A way of meeting yourself without harshness, without excuses, without avoidance. A way of understanding your inner world with the same clarity you use to observe the outer world. A way of aligning who you are with who you want to become. The nightly audit is simple, but not easy. It requires courage, the gentle kind, the quiet kind, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself. It asks you to take the entire day, set it in front of you, and examine it piece by piece. Not to punish yourself, but to understand yourself. Stoic self-cross-examination has nothing to do with guilt. It has everything to do with growth. This practice begins with presence. You let the stillness settle. You let the day stop echoing. You allow yourself to look inward without flinching. Then you review the day, not as a critic, not as a judge, but as an observer. You ask 3 simple questions. What did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I do better tomorrow? These questions are not meant to create emotional chaos. They are meant to create order. The first question, what did I do well, grounds you in self-respect. The Stoics were not only focused on what needed improvement, they emphasized the importance of acknowledging your strengths. When you recognize the moments where you acted with integrity, kindness, patience, discipline, or clarity, you reinforce those qualities. You strengthen the neural pathways that make those behaviors easier to repeat. You remind yourself that growth is not only about correction, it's about continuation. The second question, where did I fall short, is where honesty enters. Not cruelty, not shame, honesty. Did you speak impulsively? Did you let irritation lead? Did you avoid something meaningful? Did you allow fear to dictate your choices? Did you act from ego instead of virtue? When you see these moments clearly, you stop running from them. You stop pretending. You stop hiding parts of yourself, even from yourself. This clarity brings emotional relief. There is nothing heavier than the weight of self-deception. There is nothing more freeing than facing your flaws without attack. The third question, what can I do better tomorrow, is where growth takes root. The Stoics did not believe in dwelling on mistakes. They believed in using them. Each flaw reveals a direction. Each misstep reveals an adjustment. Each regret offers a lesson wrapped in discomfort. You don't look back to punish. You look back to improve. This nightly audit becomes your private compass. It keeps you aligned. It prevents you from wandering too far from your values. It keeps you from drifting into habits that don't serve you. It shapes the person you are becoming, not through grand declarations, but through quiet, consistent refinement. Another layer of this technique is emotional responsibility. The audit teaches you to separate what happened from how you responded. You may not control the situation, but you control your interpretation of it. You may not control the behavior of others, but you control the way you choose to carry their actions. You may not control life's chaos, but you control the meaning you extract from it. This practice strengthens emotional maturity. You stop blaming others for your internal reactions. You stop creating stories that justify harmful impulses. You stop outsourcing your inner peace to external events. The nightly audit forces you to take ownership, not to blame yourself, but to empower yourself. It also reveals patterns of impatience, patterns of avoidance, patterns of judgment, patterns of self-neglect, patterns of courage, patterns of kindness. When you see these patterns every night, they lose the ability to operate in the dark. What was unconscious becomes conscious, and once something is conscious, it can be changed. Over time, this self-cross-examination sharpens your inner clarity. You become quicker to notice your impulses during the day. You pause more often before reacting. You choose your tone with more intention. You treat others with more understanding because you've seen your own complexities up close. The nightly audit becomes a mirror, not a harsh one, but a clear one. A mirror that shows you your humanity without distortion. A mirror that makes you honest without cruelty. A mirror that reminds you that growth is a process, not an identity. And when this reflection settles, the mind feels lighter. Not because the day was perfect, but because you met it with truth. Not because you solved everything, but because you understood everything you needed to. And from this understanding, the next lesson quietly rises, one that guides you into releasing the unconscious need for approval and validation that shapes so many nighttime thoughts. When you finish the nightly audit and see yourself clearly, your strengths, your stumbles, your small victories, your quiet lessons, another subtle truth becomes visible. Beneath so many of the day's choices, beneath the tone you used, beneath the moments where you felt small or defensive, lies a quiet longing that shapes more of your life than you'd like to admit. The desire to be approved of, accepted, validated, admired. This longing is ancient, it's human, but it is also one of the greatest thieves of inner peace, and night exposes it. When the world quiets down, you begin to sense how many of your actions were influenced not by your values, but by the fear of disappointing others. How many thoughts were shaped by what you imagined people thought of you? How many decisions were guided by external validation instead of inner alignment? The Stoics knew this craving for approval was one of the most exhausting attachments a person can carry. It drains energy. It distorts judgment. It makes you betray yourself quietly, subtly, repeatedly. The night, with its honesty and stillness, becomes the perfect time to build what the Stoics called an internal shield, an identity strong enough not to crumble under the weight of other people's opinions. This shield is not arrogance. It is not indifference. It is self-possession, a way of belonging fully to yourself before belonging to anyone else. The practice begins with noticing where, during the day, you shaped yourself to fit expectations, where you softened your truth, where you exaggerated something to look better, where you stayed silent to avoid disapproval, where you agreed to something you didn't believe in, where you acted from fear instead of authenticity. You do not shame yourself for these moments. You simply acknowledge them. Most people never stop long enough to see how often they compromise themselves for approval. But night reveals these compromises, not to punish you, but to free you. Freedom begins with awareness. The next part of this practice is returning your identity to yourself. You ask quietly, who was I trying to impress? Why do their opinions matter so much? What fear was I protecting? What part of me still believes I am not enough as I am? These questions are gentle doorways into deeper truth. Because approval seeking is rarely about admiration, it's about safety. When you understand the fear underneath, the behavior begins to loosen. The Stoic shield is built by realigning your identity with standards you choose consciously, not ones society hands you. You shift the question from, "How do they see me?" to, "Did I act in alignment with my values?" The world's approval is unstable. Your own integrity is not. Another layer of this nightly practice involves rehearsing an emotional truth the Stoics lived by. Most people are too occupied with their own worries to judge you as harshly as you imagine. They are thinking about their own fears, their own insecurities, their own struggles. You are not being watched as closely as you think. This realization is liberating. You stop shrinking under imaginary scrutiny. You stop living as if every step must be evaluated. You stop treating the world as an audience. The identity shield grows stronger each time you detach your worth from the shifting opinions of others. You begin to understand. Approval does not create worth. Disapproval does not erase it. Your value exists independent of how you are perceived. Another part of this practice is reclaiming your voice. Approval seeking often silences the authentic self. Night gives you space to reconnect with what you truly think, truly feel, truly believe. In the darkness, without external influence, your real self steps forward, the one not molded by expectation. This is the self you strengthen, the self you protect. You ask, what would tomorrow look like if I acted from truth instead of fear? What choices would I make if no one were watching? What version of myself feels most real? These questions become the foundation of your shield. Over time, this nightly examination builds a quiet, unshakable confidence. Not the loud confidence that demands to be seen, but the deep confidence that doesn't need permission to exist. You start living from the inside out instead of the outside in. You stop needing applause to feel stable. You stop fearing disapproval as if it were danger. You become someone who respects themselves enough not to trade authenticity for acceptance. And beautifully, paradoxically, the less you seek approval, the more at ease you become with others. You speak more honestly. You set clearer boundaries. You connect more deeply. You stop performing and start relating. The identity shield does not separate you from people. It frees you to meet them without pretense. As this inner strength settles, the night grows even more still. Another lesson waits, ready to guide you into recognizing the quiet patterns within your own thinking, the ones that subtly shape your perception long before you're aware of them. When you finish building that quiet identity shield, when your sense of self starts returning to its rightful place inside you rather than living in the hands of others, the night offers a new layer of clarity, a spaciousness, a moment where you finally realize how much of your peace depends on where you believe control lives. And in the stillness, another truth emerges. Most of the day's stress didn't come from events themselves, but from the belief that forces outside you were determining your fate. This is where the Stoics turned their attention inward, not to escape the world, but to reclaim authority over their experience of it. Nighttime solitude was their training ground, a space to strengthen the internal locus of control. The internal locus of control is the belief that your responses, interpretations, choices, and mindset shape your life more than external circumstances. It is the understanding that peace comes from within, not from the behavior of others. And the night, with its silence and absence of distraction, becomes the perfect space for cultivating this inner authority. This practice begins with recognizing how often you gave your power away during the day, where you let someone's mood change your own, where you allowed a challenge to dictate your emotional state, where you believed circumstances were controlling you rather than influencing you. where you reacted instead of choosing your response. Night reveals these moments because the world is no longer demanding anything from you. You finally have room to see the subtle ways your mind was shaped by forces outside your control. The first step in strengthening the internal locus of control is simply this acknowledgement. I may not control everything, but I control myself within everything. This is not about perfection. It's about owning the part of life that is yours. Next, you examine any emotional residue from the day, tension, frustration, disappointment, and ask where those emotions originated. Were you upset because of what happened, or because of how you interpreted what happened? Were you stressed because of the situation, or because you believed you had no influence over it? Most emotional suffering comes from assuming that external events define internal states. When you see this clearly, the hold those events have on you begins to dissolve. Nighttime solitude allows you to separate the uncontrollable from the controllable with precision. You can't control how someone spoke to you, but you can control the meaning you gave their words. You can't control unexpected challenges, but you can control whether you perceive them as obstacles or training. You can't control outcomes, but you can control effort, clarity, and attitude. This separation brings immediate relief. It lightens emotional burdens because it removes the illusion that you must manage everything. Another part of this practice involves reclaiming ownership over your thoughts. During the day, the mind is easily pulled by noise, social expectations, and emotional triggers. But at night, when you sit alone with your thoughts, you begin to hear which ones are truly yours and which ones were shaped by external influence. You might realize you took on someone else's worry. You carried someone else's criticism. You adopted someone else's urgency. These were never yours to hold. Solitude helps you return them. The Stoics often used nighttime to reinforce one powerful truth. No matter what the world does, you decide who you are within it. You decide your tone. You decide your perspective. You decide your next step. You decide how long you cling to hurt. You decide whether a moment defeats you or shapes you. This is not delusion. It is empowerment. The next layer of strengthening internal control comes from reframing. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" you ask, "What can I do with this?" Instead of seeing setbacks as injustices, you see them as exercises. Instead of believing others are controlling your fate, you recognize that their actions only affect you as deeply as you allow. Nighttime solitude gives you room to practice this mindset without pressure. No one is watching. No one expects anything. There is only you, your thoughts, and your willingness to reshape your inner narrative. This practice also dissolves helplessness. Helplessness grows when you believe your life is controlled by forces greater than you. Strength grows when you recognize that you can influence every moment through perception and intentional response. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are not controlled by other people's opinions. You are not defined by what happens. You are defined by how you interpret what happens. Over time, this nightly training creates a shift. You begin waking with more steadiness. You stop panicking at unexpected changes. You stop feeling defeated by small inconveniences. You start responding rather than reacting. You start trusting yourself more deeply, because you know, without needing proof, that the real source of power was always inside you. Internal control becomes your anchor, and with that anchor in place, you stop being tossed around by the day's unpredictability. You carry an inner stability that others can feel, a groundedness that no amount of chaos can shake. As this internal authority settles into your bones, the night prepares to take you into an even deeper layer of inner refinement, one where you learn how to filter your thoughts with quiet precision, so only the ones aligned with truth and virtue gain a home in your mind. When your sense of inner control begins to steady, when you stop handing your peace to the world and start reclaiming it for yourself, the night deepens into its next purpose. A quieter clarity emerges, like sediment settling at the bottom of a glass. You start to realize that even with a strong inner anchor, the mind still absorbs far more than it needs to. Conversations linger, worries echo, random thoughts drift in from nowhere, impressions stick, and if you don't filter them before sleep, they slip into your dreams, stirring your rest, shaping your mood, and influencing tomorrow without your permission. The Stoics understood this well. They believed the mind collects debris throughout the day, emotional residue, false assumptions, exaggerated fears, distorted perceptions, and that before sleep, this inner clutter must be sifted, sorted, and released. Not with force, not with judgment, through rational filtering. Stoic rational filtering is not about suppressing thoughts. It's about examining each one with calm precision, letting truth stay, and letting distortion dissolve. It is a cleansing, a mental purification that prepares the mind for deeper rest and clearer dreams. This practice begins with noticing what thoughts are still active inside you, not the surface chatter, the deeper impressions, the things still tugging on your attention, a comment that bothered you, a fear that keeps resurfacing, a worry about tomorrow, a regret from earlier, a fantasy, a hope, a frustration, an expectation. You don't fight these thoughts. You simply bring them into awareness, one by one, as if holding them up to the soft light of reason. The first question the Stoics asked was simple. Is this thought true? Not feels true, not might be true, not emotionally true, actually true. Many thoughts collapse under this question. That fear about someone judging you, not proven. That assumption about someone's intentions, not verified. That belief that tomorrow will go poorly, pure speculation. That worry that you said the wrong thing, maybe, but probably exaggerated. Rational filtering cuts away the illusions your tired mind creates. The next question is this thought useful? Some thoughts may be true, but not helpful. Replaying a past mistake won't change it. Imagining worst-case scenarios won't protect you. Worrying about outcomes beyond your influence won't control them. The Stoics understood that the mind wastes enormous energy on thoughts that contribute nothing. Before dreams, you release them, not by force, but by understanding they offer no value. The final question is this thought within my control? If the answer is no, the thought loses its claim on your attention, not because you're avoiding it, but because you're honoring the boundary between what the world demands and what your peace deserves. This simple, rational process softens the emotional charge behind your thoughts. What once felt heavy becomes lighter. What once demanded attention becomes harmless background noise. What once created tension becomes irrelevant. The mind begins to quiet, not by shutting down thoughts, but by stripping them of unnecessary power. Another layer of rational filtering is emotional calibration. Stoics understood that nighttime emotions are amplified. Fatigue magnifies everything. Silence makes worries echo louder. Darkness gives thoughts more dramatic shadows. Rational filtering reminds you that your emotional intensity at night is not an accurate measure of truth. The mind is more vulnerable in the dark. So you learn to question the emotions that insist on urgency, not deny them, not suppress them, question them gently until they soften. This process doesn't erase emotion, it balances it. It allows you to feel without drowning, to acknowledge without exaggerating, to witness emotion without assigning it authority. Over time, rational filtering becomes second nature. You catch distortions instantly. You recognize emotional exaggerations before believing them. You stop giving energy to thoughts that offer no meaning. Your dreams become clearer, calmer, less chaotic, because you've cleaned the mind before entering sleep. And something even deeper happens. Your subconscious begins to trust you. It stops throwing chaotic imagery at you. It stops replaying unresolved conflicts. It stops warning you through nightmares. Your subconscious relaxes because your conscious mind has taken responsibility for order. When you enter sleep with a filtered mind, your dreams transform from battlegrounds into processing chambers. Your rest becomes repair rather than reactivity. Your intuition strengthens. Your emotional clarity sharpens. Your mornings feel lighter because you didn't carry yesterday through the night. This stoic filtering is not mental control. It is mental freedom. It prevents the mind from becoming a storage room for unexamined thoughts. It creates a nightly reset that keeps your inner world from becoming cluttered. It trains you to think clearly, even in darkness. And once your mind is clean, once your thoughts are no longer tangled, the night opens the door to the next transformation, one where unresolved emotional tension is released, and your heart learns how to loosen its grip on everything it tried to hold together during the day. When the mind has been cleansed, when thoughts lose their sharp edges and the inner noise has softened, there comes a moment where the body seeks rest, but rest doesn't arrive. The mind feels ready, the heart feels calm, yet sleep drifts just out of reach. Most people interpret this as failure, as a betrayal of the body, as a threat to tomorrow, as something to panic over. But the Stoics saw insomnia differently. To them, insomnia was not an enemy. It was an opportunity, a mirror, a training ground, a place where virtue could be strengthened in ways daytime never allows, and the night when sleep refuses to come becomes the perfect space for this lesson. Insomnia often carries a silent panic, the fear of being tired tomorrow, the frustration of trying to sleep, the tension of the mind chasing the very thing it should release. But the Stoic perspective removes all urgency from this experience. It reframes insomnia from something that happens to you into something that can happen for you. This reframing begins with acceptance, not resignation, not defeat. Acceptance. You remind yourself, the body sleeps when it is ready, the mind rests when it is calm. My job is neither to force nor to fight, only to allow. This simple acceptance dissolves half the suffering, because most of insomnia's pain does not come from wakefulness, it comes from resistance. The Stoics believe that any situation you cannot immediately change becomes a place to practice virtue, and insomnia is exactly that kind of situation. You cannot force sleep, you cannot demand silence from the mind, you cannot negotiate with the body. So they used it to train patience. Patience not as waiting, but as surrendering the need for control. Patience that calms the nervous system. Patience that teaches the mind how to rest even without sleep. Then they used insomnia to train composure. Because when the world is dark, when everyone else sleeps, when your thoughts wander, you face yourself without distraction. You learn how to sit with your mind gently. You learn the difference between presence and panic. You learn that wakefulness is not danger, it's simply wakefulness. This alone reshapes the emotional landscape of night. You stop fearing being awake. You stop fighting the moment. You stop catastrophizing tomorrow. Instead, the night becomes spacious again. The next layer of Stoic reframing is the understanding that insomnia reveals your tendencies. It shows you where your mind still clings. It shows you where fear still hides. It shows you where your body still holds tension. It shows you which thoughts still feel urgent, even when they are not. In this sense, insomnia becomes a teacher, a quiet instructor of self-awareness. The Stoics also used it to strengthen discipline over attention. When you cannot sleep, the mind wants to wander toward worry, toward complaints, toward what-ifs. But this is where you practice redirecting focus, calmly, without judgment. You return to the breath, to stillness, to the body, to the present. Not to force sleep, but to train the mind to stay centered when nothing external is helping. Another virtue insomnia trains is resilience. Most people believe they cannot function without perfect sleep, but the Stoics knew the mind is more capable than we think. A restless night does not destroy your day. Your belief about it does. Reframing insomnia teaches you to trust your inner strength. You learn that fatigue is uncomfortable, but not dangerous. That you can still think, act, choose and navigate life even without ideal rest. That your day is not doomed by a single night. This belief alone reduces the anxiety that often fuels future sleeplessness. The Stoics also practiced gratitude during insomnia, not for the wakefulness itself, but for the rare opportunity it offers. Few moments in life are as quiet, as private, as undemanding as nighttime wakefulness. When embraced, it becomes a time of reflection, gentle planning, emotional sorting, and deep calm. And perhaps the most profound reframing is this. Insomnia becomes a nightly reminder that you are not in control of everything, and that is okay. Sleep arrives when it arrives. The body knows how to rest without your interference. The mind knows how to settle without pressure. Your role is only to create the conditions, not the outcome. When insomnia is reframed as virtue practice, tension fades. You stop arguing with wakefulness. You stop trying to force the natural rhythm of the body. You stop making the night an enemy. Instead, you let the night be what it is, a space for practice, patience, and presence. And beautifully, paradoxically, once you stop trying to sleep, sleep often comes. As your body softens into this acceptance, the night prepares to guide you even deeper, toward a lesson that teaches you how to release emotional turbulence before it begins, and how to carry your inner stillness into every hour of darkness that follows. When insomnia softens into acceptance, and the night no longer feels like a battleground, something subtle opens inside you. The mind stops clinging. The breath deepens. The emotional tides slow their rhythm. And in this deep quiet, the kind that only comes when resistance dissolves, you reach the perfect environment for one of the Stoics' most misunderstood yet profoundly liberating states: apatheia. Apatheia does not mean numbness. It does not mean apathy. It does not mean the absence of emotion. The Stoics were not statues. They were deeply human. Apatheia means freedom from disturbance, a state where emotions are experienced without being hijacked by them, where thoughts pass through without reshaping your identity, where external events no longer dictate your inner weather. And evening stillness, the quiet before sleep, when the world stops demanding and your mind stops running, is the most powerful place to practice this inner freedom. The practice begins by simply noticing what remains once the noise of the day dissolves. What fears rise? What worries linger? What desires tug at you? What expectations whisper? Apatheia is not achieved by suppressing these inner movements, but by sitting with them without reacting. You allow each thought to appear. You allow each emotion to breathe, and you do not cling, chase, amplify, defend, or resist. You let them exist without letting them define you. This is the heart of apatheia, not emotional deadness, emotional anchoring. Evening stillness magnifies your inner patterns. If you're anxious, it shows. If you're restless, it surfaces. If you're tense, it reveals itself. Stillness makes the invisible visible. And instead of drowning in it, the Stoics used this moment as training. How do I remain undisturbed by what arises inside me? The first step is to separate yourself from your impressions. You gently remind yourself, I am witnessing this emotion, not becoming it. I am observing this fear, not obeying it. I am hearing this thought, not identifying with it. This separation is not denial, it is clarity. It prevents your mind from confusing temporary states with permanent truths. The next layer is dissolving narrative. Emotions often disturb you not because they are strong, but because you attach stories to them. You feel a tension in your chest, and your mind tries to explain it. You sense a worry, and your mind tries to predict the worst. You experience sadness, and your mind declares it means something is wrong.
Narratives disturb the mind far more than emotions themselves.
Evening stillness gives you space to practice removing the story. Let the emotion exist as sensation, not as interpretation. Let the thought exist as sound, not as prophecy. Let the worry exist as energy, not as reality. This practice loosens the grip emotions normally have over you. Then comes the practice of selective attention. Apatheia is not about caring less. It's about caring wisely. You ask, does this deserve my attention? Is this within my control? Will this matter tomorrow? Is this helping me or disturbing me? Stillness becomes a filter that keeps only what is essential. The more you practice this filtering, the more peaceful the inner world becomes. Not empty, not numb, clear. Stoics believed that emotions should be like weather passing through the sky of the mind. You cannot stop the clouds, but you do not need to chase them. You do not need to fear the storm. You do not need to interpret every shift in the wind. The sky remains untouched. You remain the sky. Everything else is weather. Evening stillness trains you to feel emotions without being guided by them. You become slower to anger, slower to panic, slower to judgment. You begin responding instead of reacting. Apatheia also strengthens resilience. When disturbance loses its grip, life becomes less intimidating. You stop fearing discomfort. You stop avoiding conflict. You stop being fragile. You stop expecting life to be smooth in order to feel calm. Your calm becomes self-generated, not dependent on conditions, not dependent on others, not dependent on outcomes. This inner freedom is subtle but extraordinary. You begin to feel a quiet power inside you, a sense that nothing external can truly shake you. And it grows every night you practice. Evening after evening, the mind becomes steadier, less reactive, more grounded, more awake, more yours. With apatheia cultivated in the stillness of night, the heart and mind become ready for the next lesson, one that teaches you how to extend this emotional freedom inward, toward yourself, and transform the way you speak to your own spirit before sleep. When apatheia settles into your mind, when emotions lose their power to pull you into storms, you begin to notice something unexpected. The world outside you may no longer disturb you, but there is still one voice capable of unsettling your peace, your own. The soft mistakes of the day, the moments of clumsiness, the words you regret, the choices you wish you handled better. These small echoes rise in the quiet, not to torment you, but because they've never been given a place to rest. This is where the Stoics turned inward with gentleness, not harshness, not judgment, not rigid discipline, gentleness. They understood something crucial. You cannot be free from disturbance if you are at war with yourself. And so they created a nightly ritual, a ritual of releasing self-blame, loosening inner tension, and extending compassion toward the one person you often treat with the least understanding, yourself. This is the ritual of self-forgiveness.
Not as indulgence, not as excuse, as emotional hygiene, cleansing the inner world before sleep in the same way you would cleanse the body.
The practice begins with recognizing how quietly self-criticism creeps in. It doesn't always sound like harsh words. Sometimes it appears as tightness in the chest, sometimes as replaying a moment again and again, sometimes as a whisper saying, "You should have known better," sometimes as a heaviness behind the eyes. Self-forgiveness starts with acknowledging this pain without resisting it. You sit with the feeling, whatever it is, and simply say, "I see you. I know why you're here." Because the truth is this: even your mistakes were attempts to cope, to understand, to respond, to protect, to navigate life with the limited clarity you had in the moment. The next part of the ritual is separating the behavior from the identity. The Stoics knew that confusing the two is the root of self-cruelty. You remind yourself, "I am not my mistake. I am the one who learns from it." This distinction creates space, space to grow, space to breathe, space to rest. Then comes the most human part of the ritual. You give yourself the understanding you wish others would offer. Not excuses, understanding. Maybe you were tired. Maybe you were stressed. Maybe you were overwhelmed. Maybe you were afraid. Maybe you lacked information. Maybe you didn't know a better way yet. Self-forgiveness does not deny responsibility. It recognizes humanity. Once understanding softens the heart, you move to acceptance. This happened. I cannot change it, but I can choose who I become because of it.
Acceptance is the hinge between guilt and growth. It transforms stuck emotion into movement.
Then the Stoics invited themselves into a quiet promise, not perfection, not punishment, but intention. Tomorrow I will try again, with more clarity, more patience, more awareness. This promise is gentle, realistic, and grounded in the truth that growth is gradual. There is no rush, no deadline, no demand for flawless behavior, just sincerity. Self-forgiveness also involves releasing the need to be endlessly strong. It is permission to be human, to change slowly, to make mistakes on the way to wisdom, to soften without breaking. Many people fear self-forgiveness because they believe it makes them weak. The Stoics believed the opposite. A person who forgives themselves becomes unshakable. A person who carries shame becomes fragile. Shame keeps you small. Forgiveness lets you evolve. This ritual also repairs your inner relationship with yourself. The more you judge yourself, the more divided your inner world becomes. The more you forgive yourself, the more unified you feel. And unity is where peace grows. You stop hiding from your own reflection. You stop rejecting parts of yourself. You stop replaying past errors like punishments. Instead, you become someone who treats yourself like a student, not an enemy. someone who guides rather than scolds, someone who helps rather than harms. Self-forgiveness also strengthens courage. When you know you won't attack yourself for mistakes, you take more authentic risks, you speak more truthfully, you try new things, you step into life without the fear of self-punishment. And beautifully, forgiveness softens your body. Muscles unclench, breathing deepens. The heart releases tension it's held all day. The nervous system shifts into peace. This softness prepares you for sleep in a way nothing else can. By the time the ritual is complete, you often feel lighter, not because the day was perfect, but because you finally stopped dragging it through the night. And with this inner compassion alive, the night becomes ready for the next lesson, one that teaches you how to build virtuous strength from the smallest daily decisions, and how to make tomorrow a reflection of the person you are becoming rather than the person you used to be. When forgiveness settles into your chest and the harshness you once held against yourself dissolves, the night reveals something more subtle, something people rarely question because it feels positive rather than painful. But the Stoics saw its hidden danger clearly, attachment not just to failures, but to successes. It sounds harmless, celebrating a good moment, feeling proud of something you achieved, enjoying the praise you received, carrying the glow of a productive day. But attachment, whether to pleasure or pain, creates emotional dependence, and dependence creates instability. Nighttime, when everything becomes quiet and the day loses its momentum, is the perfect moment to practice freedom from that instability. Not by rejecting joy or dismissing success, but by releasing the grip you have on them. Because even good things become a burden when you cling to them. The Stoics understood that if you attach your identity to success, you become fragile. Tomorrow's challenges threaten you. One mistake feels catastrophic. A dip in performance feels like a personal collapse. Compliments become addictive, and silence becomes unsettling. You start living for validation rather than virtue. This is why the night is a sacred space, to practice non-attachment, to gently separate who you are from what you achieved today. The practice begins with reflecting on your successes, but with clear eyes instead of grasping hands. You recognize what went well. You appreciate your effort. You acknowledge your skill. You honor your progress. But then, you release the pride that tries to bind you to the moment. You quietly tell yourself, "This was today. It does not define me. It does not own me."
It does not guarantee tomorrow, and that is okay.
This simple truth creates a freedom most people never feel. A freedom from needing to repeat the same level of success just to feel safe. The next part of this practice is distinguishing joy from dependence. Joy is healthy. Dependence is heavy. Joy says, "I'm grateful this happened." Dependence says, "I need this again tomorrow." The Stoics trained themselves to enjoy fortune without becoming enslaved to it, to hold good days like water in their hands, appreciated but not clutched, to sleep with an open palm, not a closed fist. This releases pressure from the next morning. You wake without fear of losing momentum. You wake without anxiety about maintaining your streak. You wake with space to grow rather than perform. Another layer of nighttime non-attachment involves recognizing the role of external factors in your successes. Your talent mattered, yes. Your dedication mattered, yes. But luck also played a part. Timing played a part. Circumstance played a part. People helped, directly or indirectly. This perspective humbles the ego and protects you from entitlement, the silent thief that turns pride into fragility. The Stoics would say, Celebrate the effort. Release the outcome. This keeps your identity rooted in what you control, not in the unpredictable results the world gave you today. Non-attachment also prevents emotional whiplash. If you cling tightly to success, any criticism tomorrow feels threatening. Any failure feels humiliating. Any challenge feels like proof you're slipping. But when your identity is not tied to outcomes, you can face life with balance. You can receive criticism without collapse. You can approach failure with curiosity. You can welcome challenge without panic. The next part of this practice is imagining how you would feel if today's success disappeared tomorrow. Not to scare yourself, to strengthen yourself. You remind your mind gently, I can begin again. I can succeed again.
I can grow again. I am not defined by one good day or one bad day.
This nightly loosening makes you emotionally flexible. Success becomes something you use, not something you cling to. It becomes fuel, not identity. It becomes encouragement, not pressure. The final layer is gratitude, not for the external achievement, but for the inner qualities that made it possible. Your discipline, your clarity, your patience, your courage, your consistency.
These qualities stay with you regardless of the day's outcome. They are portable. They are internal. They are yours. And this is where non-attachment becomes powerful. When you root your identity in your virtues instead of your victories, no external force can threaten your worth.
You go to bed unburdened. You wake up unburdened. You grow not because you're chasing success, but because you're shaped by something deeper, something that cannot be taken away. And as this quiet stability settles into your mind, the night prepares to guide you even further, toward a lesson that teaches you how to observe your own thoughts with a calm neutrality, creating a deeper separation between who you are and what your mind produces. When you loosen your grip on success and stop letting achievements shape your identity, the night becomes even quieter inside you. A different kind of silence emerges. Not the silence around you, but the silence within you. The kind that appears when you stop asking the day to define you. The kind that makes space for the next stoic discipline, learning to observe your mind without becoming entangled in it. This is one of the most liberating skills a human being can develop, and the night is the ideal training ground for it. Because at night, when the world stops demanding, when the distractions fade, when the masks fall away, the mind finally shows its raw patterns. Thoughts wander freely, emotions shift subtly, memories drift in and out, and most people get swept into them automatically, believing every thought belongs to them, every emotion defines them, every mental movement requires participation. But the Stoics knew a deeper truth. Your mind produces thoughts, but you are not your thoughts. Your mind generates emotions, but you are not your emotions. Your mind revisits memories, but you are not your past. Nighttime is when you can finally practice this separation. The practice begins with noticing the moment thoughts rise, not analyzing, not resisting, just noticing. You let a thought appear, and instead of stepping into it, you observe it the way you would watch a bird pass overhead. You don't chase it. You don't try to catch it. You don't ask where it's going. You let it move in its own direction while you remain still. This is the first layer of non-identification, the ability to witness without merging. When you observe rather than participate, the mind's activity begins to lose its grip. A worry shows up, and instead of spiraling, you simply notice, worry. A regret surfaces, and you note, memory. A fantasy drifts in, and you acknowledge, projection. Labeling thoughts this way isn't dismissive, it's clarifying. It creates distance between your awareness and your mental content. The Stoics often described thoughts as impressions, temporary marks left on the mind by external or internal events. Impressions are not truths, they are not commands, they are not your identity, they are simply appearances. When you see them as such, their influence dissolves. The next layer of this practice is observing the tone of your mind. Is it restless? Is it calm? Is it agitated? Is it scattered? Is it peaceful?
You don't judge the tone, you just witness it. Judgment creates entanglement. Observation creates freedom.
By observing the tone, you begin to understand your mind's patterns. You see which emotions rise at night. You see which themes your mind revisits. You see how much of your thinking is habit, not insight. And awareness alone starts to soften these patterns. Another part of this practice is recognizing the difference between the mind's voice and your true voice. The mind's voice is fast, reactive, dramatic, often fearful. Your true voice is slow, quiet, calm, intentional. When you step back and watch your thoughts, you can tell the difference instantly. The loud thoughts are rarely the wise ones. The urgent thoughts are rarely the necessary ones. The fearful thoughts are rarely the true ones. Night allows you to practice choosing which voice to follow. Then you move to observing emotions in the same way. You feel tension in the chest. You notice it, but you don't assume it means danger. You feel sadness rising. You acknowledge it without letting it rewrite your identity. You feel anxiety. You watch it as a sensation, not a prophecy. This is one of the deepest Stoic skills, the ability to sit with emotion without letting it tell your story. Emotion becomes weather, not identity. Thoughts become clouds, not commands. Memories become echoes, not traps. Another layer of non-identification is realizing that the mind is active because it is trying to help you, even when it does so clumsily. Worry tries to protect you. Regret tries to teach you. Fear tries to warn you. Desire tries to motivate you. When you see these mental movements as misguided helpers rather than enemies, you stop attacking yourself for having them. You become compassionate toward your own mind, and compassion naturally creates space. As space grows, your awareness rises above the noise. You begin to notice that there is a part of you untouched by all thoughts, the observer, the witness, the quiet center. The Stoics called this your ruling faculty, the inner citadel, the core of your judgment. This is the part of you that remains stable even when the mind is busy. Nighttime practice strengthens this center. You begin to spend more time watching the mind than being pulled by it. You begin to feel the difference between mental movement and inner stillness. You begin to trust your ability to stay grounded even when thoughts swirl. Over time, the mind learns something powerful. It doesn't need to shout for your attention. It doesn't need to demand participation. It doesn't need to pull you into stories. It can flow without consuming you. This is freedom. As this separation becomes natural, the night grows even more peaceful. Your mind becomes a landscape you observe, not a storm you fight. And with this clarity, you are ready for the next lesson. One that teaches you how to practice gratitude in a way that stabilizes your emotions and rewires your sense of abundance at the deepest level. When you learn to observe your mind without becoming tangled in it, when thoughts flow through you instead of dragging you with them, the night reveals space for something softer, quieter, and profoundly transformative. Gratitude, not the surface kind, not the list-making kind, the Stoic kind, rooted in acquiescence to fate, in the gentle acceptance that life unfolds exactly as it must, and that even the difficult moments contain threads of meaning you can learn to honor. This kind of gratitude isn't flashy, it isn't forced, it isn't about pretending everything is wonderful. It arises from a deeper recognition that life, with all its unpredictability, has shaped you in ways you could never have orchestrated on your own. When you bring gratitude into the night through the Stoic lens, you're not just listing good things, you're training your heart to align with reality rather than resist it. And night, with its silence and softened edges, becomes the perfect environment for this alignment. The practice begins with a simple shift in attitude. Instead of asking, "Why did my day go this way?" you whisper, "Thank you for the way it went." Not because it was easy, not because it matched your expectations, but because it was yours, the precise sequence of events fate placed in your path to shape your character, refine your strengths, and reveal what still needs attention. Stoic gratitude is gratitude for truth, not comfort. You look at the day and acknowledge that every moment, pleasant or painful, carried something essential. You're not grateful because things were ideal. You're grateful because they were real. Next comes the practice of giving thanks for things most people overlook. Not possessions, not accomplishments, not fleeting pleasures, but the deeper, quieter gifts. The conversation that revealed something about your heart, the challenge that exposed your limits, the mistake that clarified your values, the unexpected moment that interrupted your routine and reminded you that life cannot be controlled, the moment of softness you didn't expect to feel, the breath that steadied you in a stressful moment, the resilience that surfaced without you calling for it. These moments don't always feel like gifts during the day, but at night, with distance and clarity, you begin to see their meaning. Stoic acquiescence to fate is not passive acceptance. It is active trust. The belief that whatever came your way today was woven into your path for a reason, even if that reason is simply to strengthen your judgment, expand your patience, or teach you calm in discomfort. Nighttime gratitude becomes a way of saying, "I may not understand the purpose yet, but I trust that there was one." This trust softens the heart. It dissolves bitterness. It loosens disappointment. It quiets the desire for reality to be different. You stop arguing with the day. You stop resisting the truth of what happened. You stop trying to rewrite the past. Gratitude becomes the bridge between who you were this morning and who you are becoming. Another part of this practice is acknowledging how many things supported you without your awareness. The body that carried you, the breath that never stopped, the strangers who acted with kindness, the opportunities you didn't earn, the dangers you never encountered, the simple stability of having a place to rest tonight. This is not about guilt, it's about perspective, the widening of the heart beyond its daily concerns. Nighttime gratitude also trains emotional resilience. When you can find meaning in both joy and hardship, both gain and loss, both smooth paths and jagged ones, life no longer feels hostile. You begin to feel grounded even when things don't go your way. You become less reactive, less entitled, less shaken by challenges. You stop feeling punished by difficulty. Instead, you recognize that fate is not against you, it is shaping you. This understanding creates peace, not the peacefulness of comfort, but the peacefulness of alignment. As this gratitude deepens, your nervous system softens, your breath slows, your thoughts become lighter. The emotional weight of the day slips away. You begin to sense that life is not something you must battle. It is something you collaborate with. And when you finally close your eyes, you do so without tension, without resistance, without wishing for a different version of the day. You rest in truth. You rest in acceptance. You rest in trust. You rest in gratitude. Not the fleeting kind, but the enduring kind that Stoics carried like armor. As this gratitude settles into your heart, the night prepares to lead you toward the next lesson, one that teaches you how to step into the psychological shadows without fear and transform those shadows into a path toward deeper emotional mastery. When gratitude has softened your heart and acceptance has aligned you with the day, the night reveals its deepest terrain, the inner shadows you avoid when the world is bright. It is in darkness, when the noise drops, the masks fall, and the mind is stripped of its daytime roles, that you finally see the subtle vices within you. Not the dramatic ones people like to confess, but the quiet ones that shape your behavior in ways you rarely acknowledge. Envy that hides beneath comparison, impatience masked as efficiency, arrogance disguised as certainty, resentment disguised as righteousness, fear disguised as logic, self-indulgence disguised as deserving it, self-deception disguised as optimism. The Stoics understood something most people never learn. Darkness is not frightening because of what sits in the room. It's frightening because it reveals what sits in you. And instead of running from this exposure, they stepped into it deliberately, treating the dark as a symbolic arena where the inner self can be examined without shame or defensiveness. This nightly practice begins by allowing darkness to act as a mirror. In the stillness, you ask yourself with quiet honesty, what showed up in me today that I would rather not see? Maybe a flash of jealousy, a surge of irritation, a desire to impress, a silent judgment, a moment of fraudulence, a refusal to admit ignorance, a craving for validation. You don't run from these revelations. You don't dramatize them or bury them. You simply let them surface, because you cannot transform what you refuse to acknowledge. The Stoics didn't view vices as proof of moral failure. They saw them as signs, signals that something inside you is wounded, insecure, or unresolved. Every inner vice has a root. Envy grows from inadequacy, impatience from fear of losing control, arrogance from fear of being overlooked, resentment from unspoken hurt, pettiness from insecurity, avoidance from fear of failure. When you understand this, vices stop looking like enemies and start looking like unhealed parts of you that need guidance rather than punishment. Here in the arena of darkness, the confrontation is not violent. You do not fight your vices. You study them. You sit with them like a wise mentor sitting with a troubled student. You ask, what are you trying to protect? What fear are you holding? What truth am I avoiding? This approach transforms the inner dynamic. Instead of battling yourself, you are understanding yourself. Instead of condemning your flaws, you are giving them space to speak. Then comes the deeper layer. You let your virtues meet your vices. You let courage approach fear, patience approach impulsiveness, humility approach pride, honesty approach self-deception. Not as weapons, but as guides. When you do this, the vice begins to lose tension. It no longer needs to dominate you because it is being acknowledged, understood, and steadied by a stronger inner force. This nightly confrontation also builds emotional bravery. Most people fear their shadows because they believe acknowledging them will shatter their self-image. But the Stoics knew the opposite is true. Strength grows only when nothing inside you is forbidden to examine. The danger is not in seeing the truth. The danger is in refusing to look. When shadows are ignored, they grow. When shadows are seen, they shrink. The more you explore your inner vices at night, the less they ambush you during the day. You become less reactive, less easily provoked, less controlled by impulses you don't understand. You stop being surprised by your own emotions because you've already met them in the quiet hours. And beautifully, once you accept your own darkness without fear, you stop judging others for theirs. You become more patient, more understanding, more emotionally steady, because you recognize the shared human struggle behind every flaw. The darkness becomes a teacher, not a threat. A space of clarity, not fear. A place where the inner world becomes visible and transformable. And once these shadows soften under your awareness, the night grows deeper still, preparing you for the next lesson, where you learn how to analyze even the subconscious storms that rise in dreams with the calm intelligence of a stoic mind. When you've already faced your inner shadows in darkness and stopped hiding from the parts of yourself you once feared, the night opens the door to another terrain, your dreams. And not just the gentle ones, nightmares too. Most people wake from them shaken, confused, or unsettled, wondering why their mind created something so frightening. But the Stoics saw nightmares not as threats or prophecies, but as raw expressions of the subconscious, exaggerated emotional signals rising to the surface because they were never addressed during the day. A nightmare isn't a warning about the outside world. It's a magnified mirror held up to your inner world. A nightmare hits with force, your heart pounding, your breath sharp, your body reacting as if the danger were real. But the Stoics taught that impressions, no matter how vivid, are not truths. A nightmare is only an impression fueled by emotion and unfiltered imagination. Once you recognize that, the fear begins to lose its edge. A nightmare can shake the body, but it cannot harm you unless you give it meaning it doesn't deserve. The Stoic way of deconstructing a nightmare begins not with dread, but with awareness. You wake and acknowledge, I experienced fear, but the fear had no object. This simple recognition separates you from the dream's illusion. Then, instead of pushing the nightmare away, you explore what part of you it came from. Nightmares are symbolic, not literal. If you dream of being chased, maybe you're avoiding a truth or responsibility. If you dream of falling, maybe you fear losing stability or control. If you dream of losing someone, maybe you're wrestling with vulnerability. The dream exaggerates a quiet daytime emotion so that you cannot ignore it anymore. Stoic logic invites you to separate the imagery from the emotion. The monsters, the cliffs, the shadows, they aren't the message. The message is the feeling underneath. Ask yourself, what did this nightmare make me feel? Fear, helplessness, embarrassment, inadequacy, urgency, pressure. These emotional signatures reveal the true source of the dream. Once you identify the emotion, the imagery dissolves. You no longer take the dream literally. You understand the fear behind it. After identifying the emotion, you question its validity. Stoicism teaches you to ask, is this fear grounded in reality? Most nightmare-based fears collapse when reason examines them. The imagined danger doesn't exist. The threat is gone. No matter how intense the dream was, it has no physical presence in the waking world. This logical step relaxes the nervous system. The body may have reacted to the dream, but reason reassures the body that it was responding to illusion, not danger. Another crucial Stoic insight is recognizing that nightmares reveal where your mind is still fragile. They point to unhealed fears, unresolved conflicts, and suppressed emotions. If judgment terrifies you in a dream, perhaps the opinions of others still influence you more than you admit. If failure haunts your dreams, perhaps your self-worth is still tied to external performance. If abandonment wounds you in your sleep, perhaps you still fear being unseen or misunderstood. Nightmares are not punishments. They're invitations to strengthen the places inside you that still tremble. Once you understand the emotional root of the nightmare, you shift from fear to clarity. You become the observer, not the victim. You recognize your resilience. You survived the dream. You woke from it. You reclaimed awareness. The nightmare ended, and you remain. The Stoics would remind you that the self capable of observing the dream is stronger than anything the dream could ever contain. Through this rational deconstruction, nightmares lose their power. They stop haunting you in the morning. They stop shaping your mood. They stop controlling your thoughts. Instead, they become teachers, shadows that show you what needs healing, fears that show you where growth is waiting, symbols that reveal what your waking mind avoids. And once you learn to meet nightmares with stoic clarity instead of fear, the night becomes less threatening and more instructive. The dark becomes a space where even your subconscious storms can be understood and softened. And in that growing calm, the next lesson waits, one that teaches you how to let go of expectations within relationships and step into morning with clearer, steadier, emotional grounding. When nightmares lose their grip and you stop misinterpreting the mind's nighttime storms as threats, something softer begins to open inside you. A spaciousness, a quiet understanding, a deeper clarity about the one source of emotional unrest most people carry into bed without noticing. Other people, their choices, their flaws, their tone, their opinions, their unpredictability, their inconsistencies, their humanity. If there is one thing that silently keeps people awake at night, it is the unspoken desire for others to be different than they are. The Stoics understood this tension well, and they approached it with one of the most liberating nighttime practices you can develop: universal acceptance. This practice is not about giving up, nor about tolerating mistreatment, nor about pretending you don't care. It is about releasing the internal friction created by insisting that people act according to your expectations. Because the truth is simple: people behave according to their nature, their conditioning, their wounds, their level of awareness, not according to the script you hold in your mind. When you demand that people match your version of who they should be, you set yourself up for frustration every single time. Night brings clarity to this truth. Daylight hides it beneath tasks, conversations, and noise. But at night, when you replay interactions or feel irritation rise or think of someone's actions with confusion, you begin to realize how much of your suffering comes not from what happened, but from your resistance to who someone is. Universal acceptance is the practice of letting people be who they are without mentally fighting them, not approving, not agreeing, not enjoying, just accepting reality as it is. You remind yourself, they are acting from their level of consciousness. They are being who they are, not who I want them to be. This single recognition dissolves emotional tension almost instantly. Night is the ideal time to practice this because it's when your mind finally stops pretending. In the dark, you see the places where you tried to change someone with your silence, your tone, your expectations, or your disappointment. You see the moments where you wished someone behaved differently, understood you more, apologized sooner, listened better, cared deeper. And in that honesty, you understand the Stoic lesson. The more you cling to an imagined version of someone, the more you suffer. Acceptance doesn't mean allowing harmful behavior. Boundaries still exist. But boundaries and acceptance are different. A boundary protects you. A lack of acceptance punishes you. This practice begins by looking back at your interactions and noticing where resistance lived in your heart. Did you feel tension when someone didn't respond the way you hoped? Did irritation rise when someone acted out of habit instead of understanding? Did disappointment settle when someone didn't meet an emotional need? Did you mentally rewrite a conversation wishing they had behaved differently? These reactions are normal, but they are also the exact places where universal acceptance offers freedom. You remind yourself that every person carries their own internal world, a world shaped by fears you don't see, memories you don't know, wounds you didn't cause, and beliefs you may not understand. When you look at someone through this lens, judgment softens. You no longer view their flaws as personal attacks. You no longer interpret their actions as reflections of your worth. You no longer carry the exhausting burden of trying to change them internally. Acceptance becomes a release, not a surrender. As acceptance grows, your emotional landscape shifts. You stop taking things personally. You stop creating imaginary stories about people's intentions. You stop assuming malice where there is confusion, distance where there is overwhelm, rejection where there is distraction. You begin to interact with people as they actually are, not as your fears portray them. This clears immense emotional space inside you. Another part of universal acceptance involves accepting that people grow at different speeds. Some may never reach the awareness you hope for. Some may change slowly. Some may remain exactly who they are for years. Stoics embraced this truth with calm, because they rooted their peace in their own behavior, not in the evolution of others. When you let go of the timeline you have created for someone else's development, you release the silent pressure you've been carrying. Acceptance also teaches you emotional neutrality. You stop attaching your peace to someone else's reactions. You stop needing approval, validation, perfection, or predictability. You stop expecting people to always understand you. Your peace becomes internal, not conditional. And when peace is internal, people lose the ability to shake your emotional foundation. By the time this practice settles in, you begin noticing something beautiful. Letting people be who they are allows you to be who you are. You stop bending, pleasing, performing, or adjusting out of fear. You interact with others from a place of calm authenticity. You listen more openly. You speak more honestly. You create less conflict because you're no longer resisting reality. And as this freedom expands inside you, the night prepares you for the next lesson, one that brings clarity to your purpose, your roles, and the path you walk into tomorrow with renewed intention. When you finally accept others as they are, when you stop trying to rewrite them in your mind and release the tension created by resisting their nature, the night reveals something deeper about you. Because once you stop focusing on who others should be, you're left face to face with a quieter, more intimate question. Who are you meant to be? Not in a grand, dramatic sense, not as a title you chase, not as a social identity you perform during the day, but in the deeper Stoic sense of role, your highest, most authentic way of moving through the world. Stoics believe that every person has multiple roles, but only one primary one. A role that isn't assigned by society but discovered in silence. A role that grows from your character, not your circumstances. A role that reflects your highest values rather than your obligations. And night, when everything external is quiet and no one is pulling at your attention, becomes the perfect time to reinforce that role. This practice begins with realizing how easily the world distracts you from who you want to be. During the day, you slip into roles without thinking: worker, friend, partner, parent, leader, helper, problem solver. These roles matter, but they're not the core. They're expressions, not essence. When the noise fades, the masks fall away. The only role that remains is the one you choose consciously, the one that carries you through all situations, regardless of the setting. Night is where you return to this role. You begin by asking yourself quietly, who am I trying to be at the deepest level? Maybe it's someone who acts with integrity, someone who protects peace, someone who brings clarity into chaos, someone who leads with compassion, someone who thinks before reacting, someone who strengthens others through presence rather than pressure. Whatever it is, that is your highest role, not something you perform, but something you live. Nightly reinforcement means revisiting this identity deliberately. You remind yourself, this is the person I am committed to being, no matter how the world behaves. You breathe into that role. You feel its weight, its dignity, its simplicity. You let it anchor you. Because during the day, it's easy to drift. You get triggered. You get overwhelmed. You get caught in your past habits or someone else's energy. But at night, you can realign without resistance. You can return to your center. The practice deepens as you reflect on the day through the lens of your highest role. Did you step into it? Did you drift away from it? Did you abandon it in a stressful moment? Did you embody it when no one was watching? Again, this is not judgment. This is recalibration. You're checking your compass, not punishing your performance. If you drifted, you simply tell yourself, tomorrow I return to who I intend to be. If you embodied it, you acknowledge it quietly, not for pride, but for reinforcement. The mind learns what you highlight. It strengthens what you repeat. It stabilizes around what you prioritize. Another part of this practice is stripping away the roles you wear out of pressure. Maybe you act stronger than you feel. Maybe you take on responsibilities that are not yours. Maybe you hold emotional weight for others at the cost of your own well-being. Maybe you live in ways that protect you from judgment rather than express your truth. Night reveals these borrowed roles, and it invites you to release the ones that no longer serve you. Your highest role is the one that asks the least performance and the most sincerity. It aligns with your values effortlessly. It feels right even when it's difficult. It is the version of yourself you feel proud of, not for what it achieves, but for how it moves through the world. When you reinforce this role nightly, you give your subconscious clear instructions. You shape tomorrow before it arrives. The next morning, you wake with a stronger sense of direction. You speak more intentionally. You act with more clarity. You navigate challenges without losing yourself. Your choices become consistent rather than reactive. Instead of being shaped by circumstances, you begin shaping circumstances through the way you show up. And something else happens. Life becomes simpler. When you know your role, decisions become easier. Boundaries become clearer. Distractions lose their power. Emotional reactions soften. You no longer chase validation or fear disapproval because you measure yourself against your own standard, not others. You stop drifting. You start living with quiet precision. Night becomes the place where you remind yourself of the person you are becoming, steadily, consistently, intentionally. And the more you revisit this role, the more it becomes second nature. As this alignment settles into your heart, the night prepares you for the next lesson. one that teaches you how to enter sleep not as a passive state, but as a powerful continuation of your inner evolution, where the subconscious carries your commitments deeper than your waking mind ever could. When you reinforce your highest role and feel yourself settling back into the person you are striving to become, the night becomes noticeably calmer inside you. The mind stops wandering in 100 directions. The heart stops reaching for old stories. The nervous system softens. And in this softening, you begin to feel the next Stoic practice rising naturally. Emotional minimalism. Not suppression, not numbness, not denial, but the deliberate choice to enter sleep with only the emotions that truly belong to you. Most people go to bed carrying far too much. Thoughts that aren't theirs. Emotions they absorbed from others. Worries borrowed from the future. Tension left behind from conversations. Expectations inherited from society. Irritations collected like dust throughout the day. When you bring all of this into the night, sleep becomes heavy. Dreams become cluttered. The subconscious spends the night sorting what the conscious mind refused to put down. Stoic emotional minimalism is the opposite of this. It's the practice of clearing the emotional desk before sleep. It is choosing not to drag the entire world into your resting mind. The night is the perfect moment for this, because everything slows down. There are no new conversations, no new demands, no new conflicts, no new pressures, only you and whatever emotional weight you have decided, consciously or unconsciously, to continue carrying. Emotional minimalism means recognizing that you don't need most of it. This practice begins with a simple question. What emotions from today still live in me right now? You don't analyze yet. You don't explain them. You just notice them. Maybe there's lingering frustration, maybe a bit of regret, maybe the echo of a tense interaction, maybe overstimulation, maybe pressure, maybe sadness, maybe excitement, maybe a mix of things. You acknowledge each one as if placing small objects on a table in front of you. Then comes the core of emotional minimalism. You ask, which of these emotions genuinely need to stay with me tonight? Almost always the answer is very few, if any. Most of what you feel at night is residue, leftover emotion that no longer has a purpose. It simply stayed because you didn't ask it to leave. The Stoics understood this well. Emotions should be treated like visitors. Some need to be heard, some need to be thanked, some need to be released, and most need not spend the night. With emotional minimalism, you begin letting each unnecessary emotion go, not through force, but through clarity. Frustration? You no longer need it. Release. Anxiety about tomorrow? Not useful now. Release. Minor irritations? They served no purpose then and serve none now. Release. Someone else's mood? Never yours to carry. Release. Embarrassment from a moment that has already passed? Powerless now. Release. You don't push the emotion away. You simply stop holding it. What remains is a smaller, cleaner emotional landscape. Then you shift toward the second part of this practice, turning your attention to the emotions that do belong. Gratitude, calm, acceptance, humility, soft determination. These emotions do not weigh you down. They steady you. They prepare you for rest. They shape your dreams in gentler ways. Stoic emotional minimalism is about refining, not emptying. It's about keeping only what strengthens you. It turns sleep into restoration, not repair. It allows the subconscious to sink into clarity instead of chaos. It teaches the nervous system that not every emotion deserves to be stored. Another layer of this practice is recognizing the difference between feeling and feeding. Feeling is natural. Feeding is optional. A flood of emotion may appear at night, but you choose whether to give it attention. Stoics learned to feel emotion without expanding it. They allowed sadness without drowning in it, worry without spiraling, frustration without fueling it. They recognized emotion as part of the human experience, but they refused to carry the unnecessary weight of emotional indulgence. This minimalism creates inner space. When you remove emotional clutter, the mind breathes, the heart softens, the body prepares for deeper rest. You begin understanding that peace is not the absence of emotion, it is the absence of emotional excess. Over time, this practice reshapes your emotional world. You stop magnifying small problems. You stop absorbing the feelings of others. You stop reliving moments that don't matter. You enter sleep with a mind that is light, steady, and uncluttered, and something beautiful happens. The next day begins differently. Not weighed down, not foggy, not tangled. Emotional minimalism becomes a cycle. Clean nights produce clearer mornings, and clearer mornings produce calmer days. As this nightly purification becomes part of your inner rhythm, the night prepares you for another lesson, one that shifts your focus beyond the present moment and expands your gaze toward the long arc of your life, helping you align each day with the future you are quietly building. When you clear your emotional landscape and release everything that doesn't need to follow you into sleep, the night becomes more than a resting place. It becomes a teacher, a quiet philosopher, a mirror showing truths that daylight hides beneath routine and distraction. And one of the most profound teachings it offers is the one the Stoics leaned on throughout their lives: impermanence. Darkness is the perfect classroom for this lesson, not because it is dramatic or poetic, but because it removes the illusions that daytime creates. During the day, everything feels stable, solid, permanent. Your routines, your identity, your relationships, your problems, your victories. Daylight makes life look fixed, predictable, obvious. But night strips all of that away. It shows you how temporary everything truly is. And instead of fearing that truth, the Stoics embraced it, using it to live with greater presence, gratitude, and peace. Impermanence is not meant to frighten you. It is meant to free you. When darkness settles, the world disappears from sight. The objects you rely on for familiarity dissolve into outlines. The paths you walk during the day vanish. Faces fade. Colors retreat. The world becomes fluid, undefined. And in that uncertainty, the mind is reminded: nothing in life stays exactly as it is. Everything is shifting, dissolving, reforming every moment. The Stoics used this nightly shift as training. They saw darkness as a natural reminder that life is always in motion. The things you cling to are temporary. The worries you carry are temporary. The joys you experience are temporary. The versions of yourself you defend are temporary. The people around you are temporary. Everything changes, and darkness highlights that truth without asking for permission. This understanding is not meant to make you detached from life. It is meant to deepen your appreciation of it. When you know something won't last forever, you begin to value it more honestly. You stop expecting perfection. You stop trying to freeze moments. You stop resisting endings. Darkness becomes a quiet rehearsal for the truth that helps you live with more softness. When the room fades into shadow, the Stoics would reflect on how every part of their day had already passed into memory. Every conversation, every mistake, every success, every frustration, gone. absorbed by time, never to return. The day that felt so vivid only hours ago now exists only in your mind. This is impermanence. Not a threat, but a practice in letting go. And something interesting happens when you allow darkness to teach you this. Your grip on everything loosens. You stop trying to control outcomes that will shift anyway. You stop trying to hold on to emotions long past their usefulness. You stop clinging to identities that no longer fit. You stop fearing change because you begin to see that change is the only constant you can rely on. The more you sit with this truth, the calmer you become. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes from demanding permanence in a world that does not offer it. We want relationships to never change. We want health to always remain. We want youth to stay. We want security to last. We want certainty. But night shows you that certainty is not the natural state of life. Flow is. When you look into darkness and accept that you cannot see everything, you train the mind to trust the unseen. You learn to navigate life not through rigid control, but through adaptability. You develop a softness toward time, a respect for the cycles of life, a willingness to evolve. Darkness also teaches you about the impermanence of yourself. The version of you that woke up today is not the same version climbing into bed now. You've changed, subtly, quietly, gently. A thought shifted you, a conversation shaped you, a challenge strengthened you, a mistake taught you. The day has carved something into you, whether you noticed or not. Impermanence isn't loss, it's growth. When you let darkness teach you this, you stop fearing endings. You stop panicking when life redirects you. You stop resisting transitions. You begin to trust that every ending is a doorway to a new beginning, and every moment of darkness is preparing you for a different kind of light. And as you lie there, surrounded by the quiet, you start to feel something the Stoics felt deeply. Gratitude for the fleeting nature of everything. Life matters because it passes. Moments matter because they end. People matter because they cannot stay forever. You matter because you are always changing. Impermanence becomes not a threat, but a guide, a reminder to live fully while you can, a reminder to appreciate what you have while you have it, a reminder that nothing is guaranteed, not pain, not joy, not mistakes, not triumphs, and that this truth is what makes life meaningful. As this understanding settles into your mind, the night prepares to take you even deeper, toward a practice where you begin shaping the future by visualizing the kind of courage you want to carry into the next day, using darkness not as emptiness, but as possibility. When darkness has taught you impermanence, when you finally stop clinging to what must change and soften into the truth that nothing is fixed, you become ready for one of the most empowering nighttime practices the Stoics used, visualizing courage before sleep. By this point in the night, your mind is quieter, your emotions are lighter, and the world's demands have fallen away. You're no longer tangled in the past or gripping the future. You're standing on the threshold between consciousness and rest, the perfect space to shape the person you will be when morning arrives. The Stoics believed that courage is not something you hope to feel in the moment. Courage is something you prepare. You rehearse it. You imprint it into your mind before life tests you. And night, with its stillness and absence of distraction, becomes the ideal terrain for this imprinting. Courage doesn't grow in chaos, it grows in quiet intention. This practice begins with seeing the next day not as a random sequence of events, but as a field where your character will be tested in small and subtle ways. You don't need to picture dramatic battles or heroic feats. Stoic courage lives in the ordinary moments, conversations you've been avoiding, tasks you've postponed because they intimidate you, truths you've been afraid to express, boundaries you've hesitated to set, decisions you've delayed because uncertainty feels heavy. Night offers a chance to see these challenges clearly, without judgment, without panic, without distortion. As you lie in the dark, you gently bring tomorrow into focus, not with anxiety, but with clarity. You think of the moments where courage will be needed. Maybe it's speaking honestly. Maybe it's not reacting impulsively. Maybe it's taking initiative. Maybe it's forgiving someone. Maybe it's stopping an old habit. Maybe it's trying something new. Whatever rises, you let it rise naturally. You don't rush it. You don't force it. You simply invite your intuition to show you where your strength will be required. Once these situations appear, the Stoic visualization begins. You picture yourself stepping into that moment, not perfectly, not dramatically, but calmly. You see yourself choosing the courageous action instead of the comfortable one. You see yourself speaking clearly instead of shrinking back. You see yourself holding steady instead of reacting. You see yourself acting from your highest values rather than your fears. The visualization should feel gentle, almost like you're watching a soft film of your own potential. Stoic visualization isn't fantasy, it's rehearsal. It conditions your mind to respond with strength when emotion tries to pull you elsewhere. When the situation actually arrives tomorrow, your mind recognizes the pattern. You've already practiced stepping into courage. You've already seen yourself handling it. You've already taken the sting out of uncertainty. Another part of this practice is feeling the courage in your body. Courage is not just mental, it's physical. You imagine your breath steady, your posture upright, your face relaxed, your chest open instead of constricted. The body remembers this rehearsal. When the moment comes, your body responds with the same steadiness you practiced. Stoics knew that courage is a physical state as much as a mental one. Then comes the deeper layer. You visualize the after. You see the peace you feel when you act with integrity. You feel the alignment in your chest, the clarity in your mind, the sense of strength that settles when you choose courage over avoidance. This emotional reward trains your nervous system. It tells your mind, this is what it feels like to honor who I want to be. The next day, your mind will lean toward that feeling naturally. You don't visualize success in terms of outcome. You visualize success in terms of character. That is the Stoic difference. You don't imagine people reacting a certain way or events unfolding in your favor. You imagine yourself acting with virtue, regardless of what happens. You visualize the only thing you can truly control, the quality of your response. This type of visualization also dissolves fear. Most fear comes from uncertainty. Your mind fears what it has not yet prepared for. When you rehearse courage, you turn the unknown into something familiar. The future stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like a continuation of your training. You don't go into tomorrow hoping for strength, you go in carrying it. Night after night, this practice reshapes the way you meet life. You begin waking with intention rather than anxiety. You step into the day with calm instead of hesitation. You stop waiting for courage to appear. You arrive with it. The gap between who you are and who you want to be narrows quietly, steadily. And as this visualization settles into your mind and begins shaping the contours of tomorrow, the night opens the door to its next lesson, one that teaches you how to strengthen yourself even further by imagining adversity not as threat, but as an opportunity to remain unshakable. When you finish visualizing tomorrow's courageous moments with clarity and steadiness, The night invites you into an even deeper kind of preparation, one the Stoics considered essential for emotional resilience: negative visualization. Not the anxious kind that spirals into dread, but the disciplined, intentional version that trains the mind to stay calm even when imagining the worst. This practice isn't about darkening your spirit. It's about removing fear's power by meeting it on your own terms, in the safety and quiet of night. Most fear comes from avoidance. You fear what you refuse to look at. You fear what remains undefined. You fear situations you've never mentally rehearsed. The Stoics flipped this dynamic. They walked straight toward the things most people push away and brought a calm, rational light into the dark corners of future possibility. By doing so, they removed fear's ability to surprise or overwhelm them. Negative visualization at night begins with a gentle shift in perspective. Instead of imagining everything going perfectly tomorrow, you allow yourself to calmly explore what would happen if things didn't go as planned. Not in a panicked way. This is not catastrophizing. It is controlled exposure. You let your mind wander to the worst case, but you pair that imagery with a surprising ingredient: calmness. You say to yourself, what if the situation I fear actually happens? How would I remain steady, composed, and rational? This pairing, fearful scenario plus calm response, is the heart of Stoic strength. You start by identifying a challenge you fear encountering. Maybe a conversation goes badly. Maybe a meeting doesn't unfold as hoped. Maybe a project fails. Maybe someone misunderstands you. Maybe a plan falls apart. Maybe unexpected news arrives. The scenario is simple. Then comes the Stoic twist. You imagine yourself handling it with grace rather than panic. You picture your breath staying slow, your voice steady, your thoughts clear. You feel yourself staying anchored even as the imagined situation unfolds. This practice rewires the emotional brain. It teaches your nervous system that even the worst-case scenario is survivable. Once your mind has rehearsed the possibility, it's no longer something unknown, and unknowns are what fear feeds on. When you practice worst-case calmness, fear loses its mystery. You rob it of its leverage. Suddenly, the situations that once intimidated you no longer hold the same power. Another layer of this practice is examining the imagined worst case through rational eyes. Stoics believed most fears are exaggerated versions of minor inconveniences. When you visualize calmly, you begin questioning the real impact of the feared event. Would it truly destroy your life? Would it define you forever? Or would it simply challenge you, inconvenience you, or delay you? More often than not, you realize the worst case isn't catastrophic. It's uncomfortable, and discomfort is manageable. This clarity weakens the emotional charge you carried all day. You stop expecting perfection. You stop fearing temporary setbacks. You stop bracing for disaster as if it were the end of everything. You realize that if the worst happens, you will adapt. You will think. You will respond. You will keep going. This knowledge becomes a shield. Stoic negative visualization also teaches humility. It reminds you that outcomes are never fully in your hands. You don't control others. You don't control external events. You don't control every variable, but you do control your attitude. You do control your behavior. You do control your inner world, and that is always enough. As you explore worst-case calmness, you begin noticing a shift in your body. Muscles loosen, breath deepens, the heart slows. Because the moment your mind stops fearing what might happen, the body stops preparing for imaginary danger. You enter a deeper, more grounded state of rest. This practice also sharpens gratitude. When you calmly imagine losing something, a possession, an opportunity, a relationship, a comfort, you awaken to how meaningful it is while you still have it. Stoics didn't use negative visualization to create despair. They used it to heighten appreciation. Fear becomes perspective. Perspective becomes gratitude. And perhaps the most powerful part of nighttime negative visualization is this. When the real world tests you, nothing catches you off guard. You become the calmest person in the room, not because nothing goes wrong, but because you trained yourself to stay anchored when it does. You have already rehearsed steadiness in the dark. You have already practiced clarity in uncertainty. You have already stepped into the imagined worst and remained whole. You become unshakable, not through denial of adversity, but through preparation for it. As this calm confidence settles into your chest and the night grows deeper, you approach sleep with a mind that has already faced tomorrow's challenges and dissolved their emotional sting. And from this grounded state, the next lesson begins. A lesson about freeing yourself from the pull of others' opinions so completely that no external judgment can disturb your inner balance. When you finish rehearsing calmness in the face of tomorrow's possible storms, when the mind stops inventing disasters and learns that even the worst outcomes are survivable, the night reveals another layer of inner freedom waiting to be claimed. It's quieter than fear, softer than anxiety, more subtle than stress. And yet, it shapes you far more than any nightmare or imagined scenario ever could. It is the silent pull of other people's opinions, that invisible weight you've carried for years without even realizing it. The Stoics knew that this weight, though subtle, is one of the most draining burdens a person can carry into the night. Because once the world gets quiet, once you lie down with only your thoughts as company, all the echoing fragments of the day return. What did they think of me? Did I sound strange? Did I look foolish? Did they judge me? Did I disappoint someone? These thoughts creep in precisely when you're most vulnerable, when you no longer have distractions to drown them out. The night amplifies the insecurity that you successfully hid during the day. But the Stoics trained themselves to be free of this chain, not by rejecting people, not by becoming cold, not by pretending not to care, but by learning to place their sense of identity where no external judgment could reach. Nighttime is the perfect arena for this training. The practice begins with recognizing the simple truth that most of the fear you feel around others comes not from them, but from your own imagination. The opinions you worry about are often inventions, projections, guesses. The mind dramatizes others' reactions far beyond reality. People are too focused on themselves, their concerns, their insecurities, to analyze you in the way you imagine. The Stoics would remind you, you are rarely the subject of other minds. Most people are thinking of themselves.
This alone softens the insecurity that tries to cling to you at night.
Then comes the deeper reflection. Even if someone did judge you, even if you said the wrong thing or didn't impress them, why should that define your worth? Stoicism teaches that other people's opinions belong to them, not to you. Their reactions reflect their values, their insecurities, their experiences, not your identity. When you internalize this, the entire emotional structure built around approval collapses. As you lie in the dark, you begin to see how often you tried to fit yourself into someone else's expectations during the day. The joke you forced, the silence you held, the opinion you softened, the truth you swallowed, the persona you performed. and you realize how exhausting it is to live in a world where your self-worth is outsourced. This practice invites you to return your value back to where it belongs, inside your own judgment. You ask yourself, did I act with integrity? Did I speak with honesty? Did I behave with dignity? These questions place your evaluation in your own hands rather than someone else's. Freedom from others' opinions begins with this shift, valuing your character over your image. Next, you strengthen the boundary between you and external impressions. You remind yourself that someone's view of you does not alter your nature. You remain the same person regardless of praise or criticism. Whether someone misunderstands you or admires you, you do not change. You remain whole. The Stoics compared public opinion to the wind, shifting, inconsistent, often irrational. It blows one way today, another tomorrow. Basing your identity on these winds makes you emotionally unstable. Nighttime, in its stillness, allows you to step outside that turbulence and see the truth. Nothing external can take away what is internal. Not someone's approval, not their rejection, not their misunderstanding. Another powerful part of this practice is releasing the desire to control how others perceive you. The Stoics understood this desire as another subtle form of fear, the fear of not being loved, admired, or respected. But controlling perception is impossible. People see you through the lens of their own history, not your reality. Accepting this gives you a profound sense of calm. Slowly, the mind starts to loosen its grip on social anxiety. You stop replaying conversations. You stop over-analyzing expressions. You stop wondering how you came across. You stop adjusting yourself to fit imagined expectations. Instead, you redirect your focus inward, toward the only standard that matters, the person you choose to be. And something remarkable happens. The less you care about others' opinions, the more authentic you become. Your voice becomes clearer. Your presence becomes stronger. Your relationships become deeper because you are no longer performing. You're simply being. People trust authenticity far more than perfection. As this inner freedom settles into your body, the night becomes a sanctuary rather than a stage. You finally rest, not as a character in someone else's story, but as the author of your own. And from this place of grounded truth, the night prepares to guide you toward the next lesson, one that teaches you how to cleanse your thoughts even further, so you enter sleep with a mind untouched by distortion, confusion, or false narratives. When you finally loosen your dependence on other people's opinions, when your sense of self no longer sways with every imagined judgment, the night opens into its cleanest, clearest role yet, the place where you can purge the mind of everything it was never meant to hold. Because even when you stop caring how others see you, the day still leaves behind residue, unfinished worries, looping thoughts, imagined threats, frustrations, hopes, plans, and all the subtle mental friction that builds up simply from being alive. The Stoics understood that if you bring all of this into sleep, your mind won't rest. It will churn, analyze, replay, and multiply whatever you didn't release. And so they practiced a nightly cognitive purification rooted in one of their most powerful tools, the dichotomy of control. This practice is simple in concept, yet transformative in effect. Separate what is within your power from what is not, then release everything outside your sphere of influence. Nighttime is the perfect moment for this, because it's when the mind naturally tries to cling to everything at once. In darkness, you see clearly that most of what keeps you awake is not what happened, but your mind's attempt to manage what it never had control over in the first place. You begin this practice by noticing what thoughts are still active inside you. Not in a dramatic way, just an honest scan. The mind shows you the debris, someone's tone, tomorrow's uncertainty, a conversation that didn't go right, a fear about the future, a regret from earlier, an outcome you hope for, a problem you want to avoid. These thoughts circle because the mind believes it must solve or control them. Stoic cognitive purging begins by interrupting that loop. You quietly ask yourself, is this within my control? And you answer without negotiation. If it concerns your actions, your attitude, your choices, your words, yes, it's within your control. If it concerns someone else's decisions, the future, outcomes, timing, external events, no, it's outside your control. This single question begins to drain the emotional charge behind the thought. You perform this separation gently, as if sorting items in your mind into two small baskets, mine and not mine. And the most surprising realization is how little truly belongs in the mine basket. The majority of what you carry doesn't belong to you. It never did. Cognitive purging means returning each misplaced burden to where it belongs. When the mind insists on replaying a conversation, you remind it, their reaction is not within my control. When the mind invents scenarios about tomorrow, you say, the future is not within my control. When you fear a potential mistake, you gently clarify, outcome is not within my control, only effort. When you want someone to change, you recognize their growth is not within my control. When your mind tries to relive something already done, you affirm, the past is not within my control. Each recognition frees a bit of mental space. The Stoics mastered this skill because they understood that mental suffering comes not from the event itself, but from the mind's refusal to let go of what it cannot command. Nighttime is the ideal place to dismantle this illusion of control. In darkness, everything external disappears. You cannot change the past. You cannot reach into the future. You cannot alter another person's mind. You are left only with yourself and the few things that are truly yours, your values, your responses, your perspective, and your choices. Once you separate the controllable from the uncontrollable, you take the next step, release. Not by force, not by suppressing the thought. Release through recognition. You tell yourself softly, this is outside my power. It no longer deserves a place in my mind tonight. The moment you acknowledge that you have no control over something, the mind loses its reason to hold on to it. Rumination weakens, fear softens. Your thoughts stop fighting battles they cannot win. Cognitive purging is not forgetting, it's reorganizing. It's clearing mental clutter so the mind can rest without feeling responsible for the entire universe. When you put the day back into proper perspective, sleep becomes a natural outcome, not a struggle. And something remarkable happens as you continue this practice night after night. You begin waking lighter. You stop dragging yesterday into today. You stop panicking about imagined futures. You stop trying to manage the unmanageable. You become more focused, more grounded, more emotionally stable because your mind is no longer overloaded. Over time, the dichotomy of control reshapes your entire inner world. You gain clarity because your mental bandwidth is no longer consumed by things you cannot influence. You gain peace because your emotions no longer attach themselves to external chaos. You gain strength because you spend energy only on what is yours. And as this nightly cleansing clears the path inside you, the night prepares to bring you into the next lesson, one where emotional loosening becomes deeper, and you learn how to leave every trace of tension behind, so sleep can become a sanctuary rather than a negotiation. When you finish purging your mind with the Stoic dichotomy of control, when you've returned every borrowed burden, cleared every unnecessary thought, and stopped trying to manage what was never yours, the night reveals a final emotional practice that ties everything together. A practice the Stoics treated almost like sacred hygiene, ending the day at emotional zero balance. Emotional zero balance doesn't mean feeling nothing. It doesn't mean pushing emotions away or pretending the day didn't affect you. It means closing the day without leftovers, without unresolved tension, without lingering resentment, without replayed worries, without emotional debt carried into tomorrow. It means settling your internal accounts so that when you enter sleep, your heart is not dragging the weight of anything unfinished. Most people go to bed with emotional clutter, a bit of irritation here, a dash of regret there, a handful of tension, a splash of worry, a shadow of disappointment. These small emotional residues seem harmless, but they compound, they leak into sleep, they affect dreams, they shape your morning mood, they accumulate into anxiety, resentment, fatigue, and emotional heaviness over time. Ending the day at emotional zero balance means clearing all of it, not by denying your emotions, but by resolving your relationship with them before they turn into something larger. This practice begins with acknowledging the emotional state you're in right now, not the state you want to be in, not the state you pretend to be in, but the real one. You ask yourself, what am I still holding from today? Maybe it's disappointment, frustration, embarrassment, excitement, dread, confusion, guilt, irritation, loneliness, or a vague heaviness you can't name. Whatever rises, you don't judge it. You simply let it surface. The next step is identifying whether this emotion has a purpose. Did it teach you something? Did it show you a truth? Did it reveal a boundary? Did it clarify a value? If so, you honor the lesson. Once the lesson is integrated, the emotion has served its function, and you can let it pass without clinging to it. If the emotion has no purpose, if it's just residue from the chaos of the day, you release it with calm clarity. A thought like, "This does not need to follow me into tomorrow," is often enough. Stoics didn't suppress emotions. They simply refused to carry unnecessary ones forward. They treated emotions like guests, welcomed in, listened to, and then allowed to leave. Emotional zero balance also means resolving internal conflicts. If you felt torn between two choices, you acknowledge the tension. Accept that the decision will come in its own time, and stop forcing clarity at night. If you feel guilt about something done or undone, you practice self-forgiveness and intention setting. If you feel sadness or longing, you give the emotion a moment of presence, just long enough to say, "I hear you," and then allow it to soften naturally. Another layer of this practice involves reconciling your day with your values. If you acted out of alignment, you recognize it without hostility. You simply say, "I will choose better tomorrow." The mind relaxes when it knows a better path is already planned. If you acted in accordance with your values, you acknowledge that too. You say, "This was good." That recognition brings closure, which the mind desperately needs at night. Zero balance also includes releasing the emotional stories you create about other people. You don't go to bed holding grudges. You don't go to bed replaying arguments. You don't go to bed inventing motivations or writing narratives about someone's behavior. You remind yourself that other minds are outside your control and that carrying their actions into your sleep only burdens you, not them. Letting go doesn't excuse behavior, it protects your peace. The discipline also extends to bodily emotions. You notice physical tension, tight jaw, clenched hands, stiff shoulders, shallow breathing, and gently unwind the body. The body stores emotion the mind hasn't processed. When you release the body, the mind follows. As you practice nightly zero balance, you begin noticing that sleep becomes deeper, dreams become calmer, and mornings feel lighter. You stop waking up with yesterday's emotions already clinging to you. You feel more present, more centered, more in control of your inner world. You begin moving through life without the accumulation of emotional debt weighing you down. And the more often you reach emotional zero balance before bed, the more naturally it comes. Emotional clutter no longer piles up. You address things as they happen. You experience emotions without drowning in them. You close each day cleanly, like a wise accountant settling accounts. Eventually, emotional zero balance becomes a lifestyle. You carry less. You react less. You recover faster. You live with a kind of lightness that strangers notice but can't explain. And it's all because you choose every night to end the day with nothing left unresolved inside you. As this discipline settles deeply into your being, the night gently prepares you for the next lesson, one that takes your growing inner stability and uses it to build strength against tomorrow's challenges, allowing your nighttime peace to become daytime resilience. When you learn to end each day at emotional zero balance, when nothing inside you is carried over, nothing is festering, nothing is clinging, you create the perfect foundation for what comes next. The mind, finally unburdened, becomes open to a deeper kind of strengthening, a quiet forging, a preparation not born from fear, but from wisdom. This is where the Stoics introduced one of their most powerful nighttime disciplines, training for future hardships through deliberate, nightly mental toughening. This isn't harshness. It isn't self-punishment. It isn't bracing yourself for disaster. It is the practice of gently shaping your mind into something that bends without breaking, something that grows stronger under pressure instead of collapsing beneath it. Because no matter how peaceful your life appears, hardship will come. Loss, change, conflict, challenge, fatigue, disappointment. These aren't personal attacks. They're part of being alive. And the Stoics believed the best time to prepare for them is not when they arrive, but long before, in the quiet of night, when your mind is open and your emotions are calm. Nighttime mental toughening begins with a simple, steady mindset. Hardship is not a threat. Hardship is a teacher. Once you embrace that, fear loses the ability to paralyze you. The first part of this practice is acknowledging that tomorrow may hold difficulties, and meeting that fact with readiness, not dread. As you lie in bed, you softly reflect, I am capable of facing hardship. I am not fragile. I am not easily broken. Whatever comes, I can handle. These are not affirmations meant to inflate your ego. They are reminders of your inherent strength, strength you often forget in the noise of the day. Then you move into visualization, but not the same type used earlier for courage. This time you gently imagine encountering unexpected challenges. Maybe your plans change suddenly. Maybe someone disappoints you. Maybe you feel emotionally off. Maybe fatigue hits harder than expected. Maybe you face a setback. Whatever arises in the visualization, you pair it with a calm, steady response. You picture yourself breathing deeply instead of panicking, staying rational instead of reacting impulsively, finding solutions instead of spiraling into frustration. This mental rehearsal teaches the brain an essential truth. You can remain stable even when the world becomes unstable. Another element of nighttime toughening is reminding yourself that discomfort is survivable. Much of suffering comes not from the discomfort itself, but from the belief that you can't handle it. Stoics dismantled this belief deliberately. At night, you reflect on past hardships you've already survived, times when you thought you'd break but didn't, situations that felt impossible but eventually passed, pain that once seemed unbearable but became part of your growth. This remembrance strengthens you because it proves your resilience is not theoretical, it's lived. You whisper to yourself, "I have faced difficulty before, I can face it again." The night also gives you the chance to examine your relationship with adversity. You ask, what do I fear about hardship? Losing comfort, losing control, being judged, feeling uncertain. Each answer is a doorway into deeper understanding. When you name the fear, it loses its ambiguity. Hardship becomes something you can prepare for instead of something that ambushes you. Stoic mental toughening also involves cultivating the ability to endure without complaint. Not because you must suppress emotion, but because complaint drains you while endurance strengthens you. You practice the mindset. I can feel discomfort without collapsing. I can face difficulty without bitterness. I can experience pressure without losing myself. This is the quietest and most powerful form of strength. Another layer is preparing yourself to adapt. Life rarely goes exactly as planned. The Stoics emphasized flexibility, the ability to adjust without resentment. At night, you reflect, if tomorrow unfolds differently than I expect, I can adapt. If something goes wrong, I can respond creatively. If the day challenges me, I can meet it with calm. With each repetition, your mind becomes more fluid, less rigid, more resilient. Nightly mental toughening is not about building walls, it's about expanding capacity. You become someone who doesn't crumble under stress because you trained for it in moments of peace. Someone who doesn't panic when life shifts because you anticipated change. Someone who doesn't fear difficulty because your identity is no longer built on comfort. Over time, you begin to feel a quiet armor forming. Not the heavy armor that blocks emotion, but the lightweight armor that helps you move through life with confidence. You stop dreading hardship because you stop seeing it as something meant to defeat you. You see it as something meant to shape you, to refine you, to reveal what you're capable of. And as this nightly strengthening settles deeper into your mind, preparing you for whatever tomorrow might bring, the night opens yet another door, one that leads into the shaping of your internal narrative, where you learn how to rewrite the stories you've told yourself for years, so your mind becomes a source of power rather than limitation. When you've finished toughening your mind for tomorrow's uncertainties, when you've reminded yourself that hardship is not a threat, but a teacher, the night becomes ready for one of the most transformative Stoic practices of all, rewriting the inner story you tell yourself. Because beneath every reaction, every insecurity, every hesitation, there is a narrative you've been carrying for years. Some of these stories were handed to you. Some were formed in childhood. Some were shaped by pain. Some by fear. Some by misunderstanding. And some by moments you didn't know were shaping you at all. Night, with its stillness and softened edges, is the perfect place to examine those stories honestly and rewrite the ones that no longer serve you. Stoic objectivity is not about coldness. It's about clarity. It means seeing your internal narrative without distortion, without drama, without the emotional fog that tends to color your perception. And the night grants you just enough silence to do that. This ritual begins with awareness. You turn inward and quietly ask, what story did I live by today? Maybe you believed you weren't capable enough, or worthy enough, or loved enough. Maybe you believed you had to be perfect, or agreeable, or strong at all times. Maybe you believed someone else's mood was your responsibility. Maybe you believed your future depended on one small outcome. Or perhaps you carried a story that has been living inside you for years. I'm not good enough. I always mess things up. No one really understands me. I must not fail. I don't deserve better. I can't change. It's too late. These narratives aren't truths. They're interpretations. And Stoic objectivity asks you to hold these interpretations up to the quiet light of night and observe them without emotional exaggeration. You don't argue with the story. You don't fight it. You simply look at it and ask, is this actually true? Or is this just a repeated thought I've mistaken for truth? Most narratives crumble under this question. The next layer of the ritual is identifying the distortion. Was the story shaped by fear, by insecurity, by someone else's voice, by an outdated version of yourself, by a single moment in your past that you accidentally built your identity around? When you trace a narrative back to its origin, it loses its authority. You realize many of your beliefs about yourself were never chosen. They were absorbed. Now comes the Stoic rewriting, not in the sense of creating a fantasy, but in replacing distortion with clarity. Let's say you carried the story, I failed today, therefore I'm failing in life. Stoic objectivity rewrites this as, I stumbled today in one moment. That's all. One moment does not define me. Or perhaps you held the narrative, people don't value me. Stoic perspective shifts this to, I am interpreting someone else's behavior through my own fears. Their actions reflect them, not my worth. Or maybe your inner voice whispered, I can't handle tomorrow's challenges. Stoic rewriting answers, I can meet tomorrow with clarity, effort, and composure. That is enough. Rewriting isn't about blind positivity. It's about truth without distortion. It's about replacing emotional storytelling with grounded understanding. Night helps you do this because the mind is more honest when it's quiet. There's no audience, no pressure, no role to fulfill, just truth. Another powerful part of this ritual is consciously choosing the story you want to carry into the next day. Not a fantasy of perfection, but a direction. The Stoics believed that your inner narrative shapes your behavior far more than circumstance. So you ask yourself, what narrative aligns with my values, with my courage, with my growth? Maybe you choose, I am learning, or I am steady, or I am becoming clearer, or I can respond calmly, or I am capable of facing whatever comes, or I am no longer defined by old stories. You breathe into that new narrative. You let it settle into your mind like warm water filling an empty vessel. You don't force it. You simply allow it to take root where the old, distorted story once lived. Nighttime is also the safest moment to release narratives tied to past wounds. When you revisit those old stories, I wasn't enough. They didn't choose me. I wasn't protected. I was overlooked. You can look at them through Stoic eyes and recognize those were events, not definitions. Those were experiences, not destiny. Those were chapters, not identity.
You gently tell yourself, that story belonged to the person I once was. I am not required to carry it anymore. As you continue this ritual over time, something extraordinary happens. Your inner world becomes lighter. Your reactions become less intense. Your confidence grows, not because you inflated your ego, but because you stopped accepting distorted narratives as truth. You begin to meet life with clarity rather than assumption. You stop sabotaging yourself with old scripts written by fear. You live from awareness instead of wounds. By the time this ritual settles into your chest, the night has prepared you for something even deeper, entering sleep not only with a cleansed mind, but with a renewed identity, one grounded in truth, strength, and self-awareness. And from this place, the next lesson emerges, guiding you into the subtle art of interpreting your day, not through emotional bias, but through a lens of quiet, stoic truth as you transition toward rest. When you've rewritten the inner narratives that once distorted your perception, when you've separated truth from fear and reclaimed your identity from old stories, the night offers one of its simplest, yet most liberating stoic lessons: ending the day without judging it. This practice seems almost too gentle, too understated, too quiet compared to the emotional battles you've already walked through. And yet, it holds a kind of freedom most people never experience. Because judgment, constant judgment, is one of the heaviest burdens the mind carries into sleep. People judge their day relentlessly. They label it good or bad, successful or wasted, meaningful or disappointing. They judge their behavior, their choices, their productivity, their words, their tone, their interactions, their emotions. They replay moments with criticism. They rehearse what they should have done. They weigh themselves as if sitting in front of an inner courtroom. And by the time they reach their pillow, they have sentenced themselves to guilt, frustration, or dissatisfaction. The Stoics rejected this nightly self-condemnation, not because they lacked standards, but because they understood that the mind cannot rest when it is trapped in evaluation. A judged day becomes a burden. A non-judged day becomes a teacher. Ending the day without judging it is the act of allowing the day to be what it was, nothing more, nothing less. It means acknowledging that the events are already over, the conversations are complete, the choices are made, and the time is gone. Judgment cannot change any of it. It can only torture you with illusions of control. This practice begins with soft surrender. As you settle into the quiet of night, you quietly acknowledge, the day is finished. I do not need to grade it. This is not laziness. This is wisdom. It is the understanding that the mind's tendency to label every moment creates unnecessary suffering. When you stop labeling, you begin observing, and observation leads to learning, not shame. You allow the day to pass through your mind like a silent film, moments appearing and disappearing without commentary. You see the good without clinging to it. You see the difficult without resenting it. You see the ordinary without dismissing it. You see the mistakes without spiraling into self-criticism. You see the victories without inflating your ego. You witness the day rather than wrestling with it. This non-judgmental reflection creates emotional neutrality, not apathy, not numbness, neutrality. A grounded state where the mind can understand without condemning, notice without exaggerating, remember without reliving. When you stop judging the day, you stop judging yourself. And this is where the deeper freedom appears. Most judgment isn't aimed at the day, it's aimed inward. You judge your performance, your strength, your patience, your worth. Ending the day without judgment means releasing this inner harshness.
It's giving yourself permission to be human, imperfect, still in progress. It's recognizing that every day is simply one chapter in a much larger narrative, and not every chapter needs to be triumphant or poetic or flawless. You reflect gently. Today was one day, not all days, and it does not define me. This non-judgmental approach also disrupts the belief that you must earn rest. Many people struggle to relax because they believe they haven't done enough. They haven't been productive enough, kind enough, disciplined enough. The Stoics rejected this mindset entirely. Rest is not a reward, it is a necessity. You do not need to pass a moral or emotional test to deserve sleep. Ending the day without judging it allows you to approach rest cleanly, without guilt staining the transition into night. Another layer of this practice is recognizing that the day is not good or bad. It simply is. Your interpretation colors your experience far more than the events themselves. When you remove judgment, you see the day's true shape, a collection of moments, each offering something, each passing in its own time. And something remarkable happens when you adopt this stoic neutrality. You begin to see the day with more compassion. Moments that once felt like failures now look like attempts. Moments that once felt like conflicts now look like miscommunications. Moments that once felt like disappointments now look like opportunities to grow. The day becomes lighter because judgment is what weighed it down. Eventually, this practice begins to shift how you experience your days entirely. Instead of evaluating everything as it happens, you simply live. You become more present, more steady, less reactive. You stop fearing mistakes because they no longer define you. You stop chasing perfection because you no longer grade your worth on a scale. You stop carrying emotional residue because nothing is being labeled as wrong. Closing the day without judging it is not the end of reflection. It is the beginning of clarity. It prepares the mind for sleep, the way a gentle breeze clears dust from the air. It creates space, calmness, and acceptance. And as this calm neutrality settles into your inner world, the night gently guides you toward the next practice. Learning how to shape tomorrow by choosing your responses before the day even arrives. A lesson in restraint, steadiness, and quiet strength that continues your stoic transformation into the person you're becoming. As the night fades and the world begins to stir again, pause for a moment and notice the stillness you carry inside you. Stillness you shaped, strengthened, and reclaimed through every quiet practice of this journey. You didn't just prepare for sleep. You rebuilt parts of yourself that the day never gives you time to touch. You faced your thoughts without fear, softened your heart without losing strength, released what was never yours, and reinforced what truly is. And now, as you step toward tomorrow, you do so with a mind that no longer rushes, a heart that no longer clings, and a spirit that moves through the world with intention rather than reaction. The lessons you practiced in darkness will follow you into the light, not as effort, but as instinct. Carry this calm with you. Carry this clarity with you. Carry this resilience with you. Night shaped it, but day will reveal it. Rest well. You've earned the sunrise ahead.